Tonight we travel back to a moment when the oldest cities were still buried beneath silence. In 1849, the British archaeologist Austin Henry Layard excavated the ruins of ancient Nineveh in present-day Iraq, beneath collapsed walls and wind-blown earth. His workers uncovered chambers lined with carved stone panels. They also found thousands of clay tablets, many covered in wedge-shaped writing. The tablets belonged to the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal, an Assyrian king who ruled during the 7th century before Christ. Scholars at the British Museum gradually translated these fragile records among administrative lists, medical instructions and prayers, and royal messages. They discovered stories of powerful beings connected with the heavens. These beings descended, instructed rulers, judged humanity, and sometimes vanished without explanation. The discovery did not prove that visitors arrived from another world. Archaeology rarely offers conclusions that convenient, yet the tablets preserve something equally intriguing. Ancient people believed civilization began through contact with intelligences greater than themselves. That belief was not confined to Mesopotamia. Across widely separated regions, communities described luminous teachers, celestial ancestors, sky rulers, and mysterious founders. Their names differed, their appearances changed, and their motives were rarely consistent. Still, certain patterns remained. They arrived from above. They carried knowledge. They selected human intermediaries. Then, eventually, they departed. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. You might also share your location and local time in the comments. There is something quietly fitting about listeners gathering beneath different skies, while following memories preserved by people who watched those same stars long ago. Now let the modern room around you soften. Your attention settles upon a dry plain beneath a darkening sky. Heat lingers in the ground, though the sun has slipped beyond the horizon. Dust rests against your skin, somewhere nearby. Water moves through a narrow irrigation channel, carrying the smell of wet clay and river reeds. There are no electric lights here. Only oil lamps flicker beside mud brick walls. In the distance, a stepped temple rises above the settlement. Its upper platform catches the final amber light, while the streets below sink into blue shadow. Sandals scrape over packed earth. A donkey complains near a wooden gate. Smoke from cooking fires carries the scent of onions, barley bread, sand-scorched dates. You stand within one of humanity's earliest urban worlds. Long before recorded history becomes clear, settlements appear beside the great rivers of Mesopotamia. By the 4th millennium before Christ, cities such as Uruk expand into complex centers of trade, worship, craft, and administration. Records confirm that scribes begin pressing signs into damp clay there. At first, they count grain, livestock, labor, and stored goods. Writing grows from practical needs, which feels wonderfully ordinary for such a revolutionary invention. Even ancient bureaucracy has humble beginnings. Yet among these economic records, another kind of memory slowly takes shape. Temple traditions describe divine beings who establish kingship, assign duties, measure boundaries, and determine the proper order of the world. The people do not imagine themselves inventing civilization alone. They receive it. This idea appears so often that it becomes almost invisible. Farming, law, kingship, weaving, writing, and ritual are treated as gifts transmitted from a higher realm. Human beings learned, but they're not always presented as the original authors. Perhaps this reflects respect for tradition. Perhaps rulers encourage such stories because divine approval strengthens political authority. Or perhaps early communities use sacred language to explain developments whose true beginnings had already been forgotten. The scholarly debate remains open concerning how literally ancient audiences understood these accounts. Priests, farmers, kings, and labourers may not have interpreted the same story in the same manner. Your ears catch a low chant from the temple or court. The sound travels between walls, softened by distance. Inside, priests tend a divine statue believed to embody the presence of a god. They wash it, dress it, feed it, and place offerings before it. To modern eyes, the ritual may seem theatrical. To the people surrounding you, it maintains reality itself. The gods are not remote ideas. They possess households, servants, estates, tempers, preferences, and political influence. Each city belongs to a divine patron, while human rulers govern as representatives of powers beyond ordinary sight. A curious tradition even describes divine decrees governing the essential features of civilized life. These include crafts, offices, institutions, emotions, and social practices. They are imagined almost like separate principles that can be carried, transferred, or stolen. It sounds strangely like an ancient inventory of reality. Some fringe writers compare these sacred powers with technological programs or encoded information. That interpretation remains unsupported by direct evidence, but the comparison reveals why the stories continue attracting speculation. Ancient language often makes knowledge feel physical. Wisdom can be held. Authority can sent. Civilization can be delivered. As darkness deepens, you look upward. The night sky is sharper than anything most modern cities allow. Stars gather in immense numbers, stretching from horizon to horizon. The Milky Way forms a pale road through the darkness, and the planets move with an authority that invites attention. Mesopotamian scholars eventually record celestial patterns with remarkable care. Generations of observers track the moon, eclipses, planetary movements, and unusual events. Their work later influences Babylonian astronomy, Greek scholarship, and distant intellectual traditions. Researchers from universities including Yale and Oxford have studied how these observations combined mathematics, religion, and statecraft. The sky was not merely watched for curiosity, it was interpreted as a field of meaningful signs. A king's future might appear in an eclipse. A war might be anticipated through planetary movement. A failed harvest might seem written among the stars. This creates an important question. When ancient texts describe beings of heaven, are they describing travelers, deities, planets, forces of nature, political symbols, or several ideas woven together? The answer refuses to remain simple. You move closer to the temple steps. The stone feels cooler now beneath your fingers. Somewhere above, a lamp burns beside a doorway, its flame bending in the evening wind. The structure resembles a bridge between earth and sky. At its summit, ceremonies unfold beyond the sight of ordinary people. Offerings rise as smoke. Names are spoken. Decisions are sought from powers believed to dwell above. In such a world, descent from heaven does not automatically imply movement through outer space. Heaven is divine territory, cosmic order, weather, light, fate, and authority. It can be a papal, a conundrum, and a source of legitimacy at once. Still, the recurring image remains difficult to ignore. Someone comes down, someone teaches, someone chooses a ruler, someone leaves humanity with rules it must obey. Similar structures emerge far beyond these river plains. Egyptian priests remember divine founders who rule before human kings. Indian traditions describe celestial courts and vehicles moving through the sky. Chinese legends speak of extraordinary sovereigns associated with clouds, stars, and unusual births. Across the ocean, American civilizations preserve accounts of culture heroes linked with distant horizons and heavenly signs. African communities remember teachers emerging from water or descending from the sky. Pacific Islanders speak of ancestors whose voyages cross the boundaries between ordinary and sacred space. These traditions are not identical. They should never be flattened into a single tale. Each grows from a particular language, landscape, ritual system, and political history. Similarity alone does not prove contact. Human beings everywhere observe the heavens, fear catastrophe, honour ancestors, and seek explanations for knowledge inherited from forgotten generations. Yet coincidence does not end the inquiry either. Perhaps shared patterns arise because the sky is humanity's oldest mystery. Perhaps rulers everywhere claim celestial ancestry because heaven cannot easily be questioned by taxpayers. Perhaps survivors of migrations and disasters become divine teachers in later memory. It is also possible that stories preserve distorted echoes of encounters now beyond recovery. Not encounters with travellers from distant planets, necessarily. They could involve unfamiliar seafarers, displaced elites, wandering astronomers, survivors of fallen settlements, or members of forgotten cultures carrying techniques into new regions. Over centuries, a boat becomes a shining vessel, a mountain visitor becomes a sky god, a skilled teacher becomes immortal. Memory changes gently, then completely. You remain beneath the stars while the city settles into sleep. Doors close, animals grow quiet. The irrigation water continues moving through the darkness, unseen but persistent. Above you, the temple stands between dust and heaven. Its priests believe knowledge descends from beyond the human world. Its scribes preserve fragments that will survive kingdoms, invasions, fires, and centuries beneath the soil. They cannot know who will read them. They cannot know what future ages will imagine. All they can do is press signs into clay while it remains soft. Perhaps the mystery begins there, not with the proof of visitors, but with humanity's persistent conviction that someone arrived first. Someone older, someone watching, someone whose departure left civilization holding gifts it could use but never fully explain. You walk beneath a sky emptied of colour, where the last warmth fades from the western horizon. The city of Eridu lies close to marshland, surrounded by reeds, channels, and low fields. Mud brick walls hold the day's heat, while the air carries water, smoke, fish, and damp earth somewhere beyond the settlement. Frogs call from dark pools, their voices rise and fall like a slow ritual. Eridu is remembered as one of the oldest sacred cities of southern Mesopotamia. Archaeological excavations reveal a long sequence of temples built upon the same location. Each new sanctuary rises above the remains of an older one. The ground itself becomes layered with worship, construction, abandonment, and return. You place your hand against a wall. The bricks are rough and cool. Within this settlement, later tradition claims that kingship first descends from heaven. The phrase appears in the Sumerian king list, a text copied and preserved across several ancient cities. It presents rulers whose reigns stretch across impossible lengths of time. Some kings rule for tens of thousands of years. No historian treats those numbers as ordinary chronology. They belong to a sacred vision of the distant past, when human order and divine time overlap. Still, the list begins with a striking claim. Government is not invented, it arrives. The earliest rulers belong to cities chosen by powers above. Their authority passes from one sacred centre to another, almost as if kingship is an object carried through history. This is not merely political decoration. Ancient communities understand order as something fragile. Rivers change direction, fields turn salty, armies appear without warning, a ruler dies, and rival families reach for power. Stability seems too rare to be accidental. So order must come from somewhere higher. In the temple district, priests move through enclosed courtyards carrying baskets of grain and jars of oil. Offerings are not symbolic gestures alone. They support a divine household with workers, lands, storehouses, and livestock. The god of Eridu is Enki, a figure associated with fresh water, wisdom, craft, magic, and clever solutions. He is imagined dwelling within a deep cosmic reservoir beneath the earth. Water is his hidden kingdom. This detail matters in a landscape where life depends upon controlled channels. The rivers can nourish a city, but they can also destroy it. Freshwater wells, irrigation bolts, and canals determine whether families eat or starve. A god who governs wisdom also governs water. The pairing feels natural. Texts describe Enki as a planner who helps establish cities and assigns responsibilities to divine powers. He distributes skills, offers, and sacred duties across the world. One composition imagines him travelling through the land, blessing cities and organising their resources. His journey resembles a divine inspection, though with considerably better poetry than most administrative visits. You hear wooden poles striking the canal bed. A narrow boat approaches through the darkness. Its hull glides between reeds, carrying bundles tied with rope. A lamp hangs near the bow, forming a small golden circle upon the water. Boats connect the cities of southern Mesopotamia. They carry grain, wool, clay vessels, timber, bitumen, reeds, and people in a flat land crossed by channels. Waterways serve as streets. A traveller may arrive from the horizon without leaving footprints. This may help explain why some divine visitors are linked with water rather than sky. Ancient stories do not always keep realms separate. The heavens, here, deep waters, the underworld, and the human plane touch through temples, rivers, storms, dreams, and ritual. A being can emerge from below and still belong beyond humanity. One unusual tradition concerns a group of sages later known through Mesopotamian writings. These figures are described as ancient wise beings who bring knowledge needed for civilization. The first sage is often connected with Eridu and with Enki. In later accounts, some sages appear wearing garments shaped like fish skins. Stone carvings from Assyrian palaces show protective figures draped in fish-like clothing, with a fish head resting above the human head and a tail descending along the back. The image is forgettable. Fringe interpretations sometimes describe these beings as aquatic visitors or survivors from a lost advanced culture. Mainstream scholars usually understand the costume as ritual symbolism connected with wisdom, purification, and protective power. The debate concerns meaning, context, development. Were these figures imagined as supernatural creatures, human priests in ceremonial dress, legendary teachers, or changing combinations of all three? The evidence does not give a single answer. What remains clear is that Mesopotamian tradition places civilizing knowledge in the hands of figures older than ordinary human history. They teach writing, ritual, architecture, law, and proper conduct. Their wisdom belongs to an age close to creation, before catastrophe separates the first world from the present one. A later Babylonian priest named Berossus writes about a mysterious teacher who emerges from the sea. Berossus lives during the 3rd century before Christ and composes a history of Babylon for a Greek-speaking audience. His original work does not survive. Fragments preserved by later writers describe a creature called Owans. It possesses the form of a fish. Yet a human figure appears beneath the fish covering. During the day, it teaches people letters, mathematics, building, agriculture, and law. At night, it returns to the sea. The resemblance to fish-clad Mesopotamian sages is difficult to dismiss. Yet Berossus writes thousands of years after Eridu's earliest temples. His account may preserve old temple learning, but it also passes through translation, interpretation, and literary adaptation. Time changes every story. The tale remains valuable because it gathers several recurring ideas into one calm and peculiar scene. Human beings live without organized knowledge. A visitor emerges from another realm. He teaches the structure of civilized life. Then he withdraws into darkness. You imagine the shoreline at dawn. Mist hangs over the water. Reeds bend beneath small birds. Fishermen prepare nets, expecting only the familiar movement of fish beneath the surface. Then something rises. Not with thunder, not with conquest. It simply appears and begins to speak. The quietness makes the story more unsettling. The visitor does not demand worship through violence. He instructs, he extends, he gives humanity the tools needed to build cities, measure land, record agreements, and organize memory. Why would knowledge arrive through an outsider? Perhaps ancient people understood wisdom as inherited, rather than invented. A craftsperson learns from a master, a child learns from a parent, a scribe learns from an older scribe. Every skill comes from someone who already possesses it. Following that chain backward creates a problem. Who taught the first teacher? Myth answers with a being who is not fully human. Researchers studying early Mesopotamian society emphasize that urban life develops gradually. Agriculture, pottery, trade, irrigation, and social organization evolve across many generations. There is no archaeological sign that cities appear overnight through outside intervention. Yet myth is not a technical report. It condenses centuries into moments. A long process becomes a gift. Many inventors become one visitor. Several migrations become a single arrival. The figure from the sea may represent cultural memory shaped into sacred narrative. Coastal communities often encounter travellers carrying unfamiliar tools, customs, and stories. A distant merchant can appear astonishing to someone who has never crossed the horizon. There may also be older environmental memories buried within the tradition. During the early development of southern Mesopotamia, shorelines and marshes differ from their modern positions. Settlements interact with wetlands, river mouths, and routes leading toward the Persian Gulf. Communities from neighbouring regions exchange goods and techniques. Shells, stone, timber, and metal arrive from distant landscapes. Objects travel farther than most people ever will. A strange tool can precede the person who understands it. That alone encourages stories. You continue through Eridu as night deepens. The temple rises above smaller houses, its whitewashed walls faintly visible beneath the stars. A priest closes a wooden door. The latch falls with a dull sound. Inside, sacred objects remain hidden. The temple preserves knowledge through controlled access. Ritual words, purification methods, astronomical observations, healing formulas, and lists of divine names pass among trained specialists. Knowledge creates authority. Those who possess it stand closer to the gods. This does not require deception. A priest may sincerely believe that every correct ritual repeats instructions first given by divine teachers. The idea protects continuity. It tells each generation that civilization depends upon remembering what was received. Forget the proper measure, and the canal fails. Forget the proper offering, and divine favour weakens. Forget the proper words, and disorder enters. The visitor tradition may therefore express anxiety about loss. Cities are powerful, but their systems are delicate. Writing can preserve memory. Though tablets break, temples can guard knowledge. Though armies burn temples, everything human can vanish. Wisdom must come from somewhere beyond destruction. Above Eridu, stars move slowly across the clear sky. Their reflections tremble in the canal, broken by insects and passing fish. The people sleeping nearby believe their city stands near the beginning of order. They believe wise beings once walked closer to humanity. They believe sacred knowledge entered the world through contact with powers that did not belong entirely to Earth. Whether those powers were gods, ancestors, priests, travellers, or memories transformed by time remains uncertain. The clay does not explain itself. It simply preserves the claim. Civilization begins when someone arrives carrying knowledge, and humanity listens. You stand beside the Nile as morning light spreads across the water. The river moves with a quiet weight, carrying reeds, driftwood, and reflections of pale clouds. Mud clings coolly beneath your sandals along the bank. Workers guide cattle toward the fields, while birds lift from the shallows in sudden silver flashes. Across the floodplain, stone rises from the haze. Temples, tombs, and ceremonial walls hold the colours of sunrise. Their surfaces seem almost warm before the day has properly begun. The air smells of wet soil, crushed herbs, smoke, and the faint sweetness of dates. This is a land shaped by return. Each year, The river rises, water spreads across the fields, leaving dark soil behind. Crops emerge where dry ground once cracked beneath the sun. The cycle feels dependable, yet never ordinary. For ancient Egyptians, order is not a permanent condition. It must be renewed. The world can slip toward chaos through failed floods, disease, political weakness, or foreign invasion. Ritual, kingship, and correct behavior help keep creation balanced. Egyptian records describe this balance as a sacred principle governing truth, justice, stability, and proper relationships. Kings are expected to preserve it. Temples perform it. Ordinary people participate through work, family duty, and respect for established order. Such order is believed to begin with the gods. Ancient king lists do not always start with human rulers. Some traditions place divine beings at the beginning of Egyptian history. Gods rule first, followed by semi-divine figures, ancestral spirits, and eventually mortal kings. This does not create a modern timeline. It creates a sacred sequence. The first age is imagined as a time when divine authority stands closer to the human world. Gods do not merely observe from distant heavens. They establish cities, define kingship, teach ritual, and shape the landscape. A temple inscription may describe a god stretching a measuring cord. Another may show a divine figure presenting symbols of life and authority to the king. Sacred knowledge passes downward through gesture, ceremony, and inherited office. You enter a temple courtyard as sunlight reaches the upper walls. The floor feels smooth beneath your feet. Painted reliefs cover the stone, showing gods with human bodies and animal heads. A falcon watches from one wall. A jackal stands beside a shrine. A woman wearing a throne-shaped crown extends her hand toward the ruler. These forms are not simple illustrations. They express qualities. A falcon may suggest height, vision, and royal power. A jackal may belong to desert margins and burial grounds. A lioness may carry heat, danger, protection, and fierce maternal force. Ancient artists combine human and animal features to show identities that exceed ordinary appearance. To modernize, the figures can seem like visitors wearing unfamiliar bodies. Fringe writers sometimes describe Egyptian gods as memories of non-human beings encountered in remote antiquity. Archaeologists, historians, and specialists in religion generally view the images as symbolic forms developed within Egyptian theology. The scholarly disagreement concerns interpretation, not the existence of the images themselves. What did worshippers believe they were seeing? Were the forms literal bodies, sacred visual language, ritual masks, or several meanings at once? Ancient Egyptians left many texts, but they rarely paused to explain their world for future strangers. They wrote for people already familiar with the symbols. That silence creates room for mystery. You move deeper into the temple. Incense drift through narrow chambers. The scent grows thicker as the ceiling lowers. Outside noise fades until only footsteps and distant chanting remain. The sanctuary lies ahead, hidden within darkness. Here, priests care for the divine image. They wash it, clothe it, anoint it, and present food. The statue is not treated as decorative stone. Through ritual, it becomes a place where divine presence may enter. The god arrives without walking through the door. Presence descends into an image. This idea resembles visitation, though not travel in the ordinary sense. The divine crosses a boundary between invisible and visible worlds. The temple becomes a controlled meeting place. Access is limited. Most people never see the innermost chamber. Knowledge of sacred words, calendar rites, star movements, and purification rules belongs to trained specialists. Their authority rests partly upon preserving instructions believed to come from the first age. One of the most important figures in this sacred inheritance is Thoth. He is associated with writing, calculation, measurement, the moon, language, and wisdom. Artists often show him with the head of an ibis, a bird with a long curved beak. At other times, he appears as a baboon. Thoth records judgments. He counts time. He speaks words that restore order. Later traditions credit him with vast bodies of hidden knowledge. Greek and Egyptian thinkers eventually connect him with a legendary sage who embodies ancient wisdom. The idea of a divine keeper of writing carries a quiet irony. Writing allows human beings to remember, yet its own invention is assigned to someone beyond humanity. The first scribe is not merely clever, he is sacred. Research by Egyptologists at Oxford and Yale has emphasized that Egyptian writing develops through local administrative, ceremonial, and artistic practices. Early inscriptions appear gradually, linked with royal power, ownership, offerings, and identity. No evidence shows a sudden gift from an external civilization. Yet Egyptian myth does not need to describe invention as a workshop experiment. It presents writing as part of cosmic order. A sign is more than a mark. A written name preserves existence. Erase the name and memory weakens. Record it correctly and something survives. This makes the giver of writing a guardian against oblivion. You pause beside a carved wall. The stone is cold under your fingertips. Small figures stand in orderly rows, carrying offerings toward a seated god. Every basket, bird, jar, and loaf is carefully placed. Nothing seems accidental. Egyptian sacred life. Temples align with landscapes and celestial events. Fields require surveying after floodwaters erase boundaries. Builders calculate angles, levels, and proportions with remarkable skill. Later generations look at pyramids and imagine lost machines. The temptation is understandable. Massive stones seem to challenge the body. Their precision feels almost too patient for human hands. Some speculative theories attribute these monuments to outside teachers, forgotten technology, or beings who descended from the sky. Archaeological evidence points instead toward organized labor, skilled planning, quarrying, transport systems, and generations of accumulated experience. Workers leave settlements, tools, graffiti, food remains, and burial grounds. Human traces surround the monuments. The achievement becomes more impressive, not less, when human effort remains visible. Still, the sacred explanation differs from the practical one. A workforce may raise a temple, but the temple belongs to a cosmic plan. Surveyors may stretch ropes, yet a goddess or divine patron stands behind the act of measurement. Tools perform the work. Myth explains why the work matters. Egyptian traditions also preserve stories of gods arriving from the sky, especially through solar imagery. The sun god crosses the heavens each day in a sacred vessel. At night, he enters a dangerous unseen region and confronts forces threatening creation. Each dawn marks a successful return. The voyage is celestial but also spiritual. It is not simply transportation. The sun becomes a traveller whose movement protects existence. Divine boats carry gods between realms, temples, festivals, and stars. One unusual temple image shows the sky supported above the earth, while divine figures move through ordered cosmic regions. To a modern viewer, the scene may resemble a mapped universe filled with separate levels. To an Egyptian priest, it expresses a living structure. The heavens are not empty. They are inhabited, navigated, and regulated. Certain stars hold particular importance. The annual appearance of Sirius near dawn becomes associated with the approaching Nile flood. Priests observe the sky, maintain calendars, and connect celestial cycles with agricultural life. A star can therefore become both object and message. It signals water. It marks time. It belongs to divine order. When later stories describe teachers arriving from the heavens, the language may arise naturally from this worldview. The sky contains the powers governing seasons, kingship, death, renewal, and fate. Yet the old traditions also insist that knowledge once stood near us. The gods rule directly in the first age, then distance grows. Human kings inherit their responsibilities. Though not their perfection, priests preserve rituals meant to keep contact possible. Something has been lost. You leave the sanctuary and return to open light. The heat has strengthened. Bees move among flowering plants near the temple garden. A wooden gate creaks in the breeze. Beyond the wall, the river continues its slow journey north. Perhaps the celestial teachers of Egypt are personifications of natural order. Perhaps they are divine ancestors shaped by kingship. Perhaps they preserve memories of wise rulers whose deeds expanded across centuries of retelling. Or perhaps ancient people used the language of visitation because knowledge always feels as though it comes from somewhere beyond the self. You do not create the stars. You notice them. You do not command the river. You learn its rhythm. You do not invent time. You discover that it has been moving without you. In that discovery, the world can feel instructed. The teacher may be a god, a priest, a ruler, a star, or the patient or river itself. Leaves the question open within stone. Its walls show powers extending life, knowledge, and authority towards human hands. The gesture is calm, formal, and endlessly repeated. Something higher offers, humanity receives. Your mind drifts toward a vast plain beneath the heavy warmth of an Indian evening. The air carries dust, jasmine, wood smoke, and the distant scent of rain. Parrots settle noisily among dark branches. Cattle move along a narrow road, their bells sounding softly through the gathering dusk. Beyond the fields, a river reflects the copper sky. Villages rest beside its banks, while priests prepare fires within carefully measured spaces. Chanted verses pass from one generation to another through disciplined memory. For centuries, sacred knowledge survives through the human voice before scribes preserve many traditions in written form. The oldest hymns describe a universe alive with presence. Fire carries offerings upward. Dawn enters like a radiant figure. Thunder speaks with force. Wind travels unseen, touching every living thing without revealing its body. The heavens are not silent. They contain gods, ancestors, messengers, and powers moving between worlds. Among these traditions, celestial journeys appear with remarkable frequency. Divine beings cross the sky in chariots, approach human rulers, and intervene in earthly conflicts. Their vehicles shine, roar, or move with supernatural speed. To ancient listeners, such descriptions belong within sacred poetry. To modern readers, they can sound unexpectedly mechanical. The difference between those interpretations creates a long and unsettled conversation. You hear the crackle of a ritual fire. Sparks rise into darkness, briefly joining the stars before vanishing. A priest recites verses with careful rhythm, preserving sounds learned through years of instruction. The early Vedic hymns often praise divine chariots drawn by horses. These vehicles carry gods across the heavens and bring them near human worshippers. Their speed expresses power, while their arrival suggests answered prayer. A chariot is familiar technology given cosmic scale. It does not need hidden engines. The image grows naturally from a society that values horses, movement, warfare, ceremony, and status. Human rulers ride chariots, so divine rulers possess brighter and faster versions. Yet later literature expands celestial travel into stranger forms. The great Sanskrit epics contain flying palaces, self-moving vehicles, divine weapons, journeys between worlds, and aerial battles. These stories develop across long periods, gathering religious, political, philosophical, and regional traditions. They are not eyewitness reports. They are layered literary worlds. One famous aerial vehicle is associated with a powerful king and later with the hero who defeats him. It is described as spacious, radiant, and capable of carrying passengers through the sky. Some passages present it like a palace that moves wherever its master desires. It crosses mountains, forests, cities, and oceans with effortless grace. Those beneath it look upward, while those inside observe the landscape spreading far below. The image feels astonishingly modern. That feeling can mislead. People imagined flight long before machines achieved it. Birds, clouds, dreams, falling stars, and divine ascent offered endless material for aerial stories. Flight represents freedom from ordinary limitation. A flying palace is not merely transportation, it is royal power escaping geography itself. Researchers at Oxford and the University of Chicago have shown how these epics grow through centuries of oral performance, revision, and religious interpretation. Their descriptions reflect many historical periods rather than one frozen moment. A bronze weapon may stand beside a magical formula. A forest hermitage may coexist with a heavenly city. Memory, imagination, theology, and social experience share the same narrative space. This complexity makes literal interpretation difficult. Some fringe writers claim that aerial vehicles preserve memories of advanced machines operated by visitors from another world. They compare blazing weapons with missiles and radiant craft with metal aircraft. The comparisons are visually tempting. However, no excavated engine, workshop, fuel system, or technical manual supports such conclusions. The surviving text describes sacred and heroic events through poetic language, not engineering instructions. Even so, the stories raise a gentler question. Why do celestial visitors so often arrive as teachers, warriors, judges, or royal allies? Perhaps the answer lies in kingship. A ruler who receives a divine vehicle appears favoured by powers beyond ordinary society. His authority becomes larger than land, army, or inheritance. He does not merely govern. The cosmos recognizes him. You pass beneath a banyan tree where travellers rest during the heat. Its hanging roots form shadowed columns around the trunk. Oil lamps glow between them, and insects hum within the leaves. A storyteller speaks to a small gathering. His listeners already know the broad shape of the tale, yet they remain attentive. Familiarity does not weaken the story, it deepens anticipation. Every pause matters. This account describes divine beings entering human affairs through vows, gifts, disguises, and unusual births. Heroes may possess human mothers and celestial fathers. Kings receive weapons from gods. Sages travel between earthly courts and heavenly realms. The boundary between human and divine remains open, though rarely safe. Contact brings knowledge, but also obligation. A gift may demand restraint. A weapon may destroy its owner. A blessing may contain a hidden condition. Visitors from heaven do not simply improve human life, they complicate it. One curious tradition describes powerful weapons activated through sacred knowledge. They may produce fire, darkness, confusion, storms, or irresistible force. Only trained warriors know how to summon or withdraw them. This final ability matters. A weapon is not truly controlled unless it can be stopped. The stories repeatedly warn that knowledge without discipline becomes catastrophic. A hero may possess terrible power, yet his moral fitness determines whether he should use it. This is less like a technical manual and more like a meditation on responsibility. Still, certain descriptors remain eerie. The sky brightens unnaturally. Animals panic. The earth trembles. Warriors lose strength beneath an unseen force. Modern readers sometimes connect these scenes with nuclear explosions. Scholars usually caution that ancient battle poetry often magnifies violence through cosmic imagery. Storms become armies. Arrows become sunlight. A warrior's fury shakes the world. Such language appears across many literary cultures without requiring forgotten weapons. The scholarly debate remains open concerning how performance shaped these passages. Repeated retelling may intensify spectacle, while religious interpretation may transform historical conflict into cosmic drama. A local battle can become a war between universal principles. A skilled charioteer can become divine. A terrifying weapon can become an instrument of destiny. You continue towards a temple town under moonlight. Stone steps descend into a water tank. The surface holds floating flowers and trembling reflections of lamps. Bare feet touch cool stone. Somewhere nearby, a conch shell sounds with a low, rounded note. Within Indian cosmology, time moves through immense cycles. Worlds emerge, endure, decline, and dissolve. Creation is not a single event trapped in the distant past. It repeats across spans so enormous that human history becomes almost weightless. Civilizations rise within these cycles. Divine beings appear into different ages. Knowledge is revealed, lost, and revealed again. This structure creates a hidden timeline far larger than archaeology can measure. Human kingdoms occupy only brief moments within recurring cosmic eras. Perhaps these ages preserve philosophical reflection rather than forgotten chronology. They express the intuition that order decays, memory fades, and renewal follows destruction. Yet they also allow for worlds preceding the present one. Long before familiar kings and cities, other beings act, teach, fight, and disappear. Some traditions describe sages receiving knowledge directly from divine sources. Sacred teaching passes through lines of masters, each preserving what was heard from an earlier authority. This chain reaches backward toward a beginning beyond ordinary history. The first teacher is often not human. That pattern gives knowledge both prestige and protection. A teaching cannot be dismissed as personal opinion when it descends through a sacred lineage. It also reflects how memory truly works. Every generation receives language, ritual, mathematics, stories, and social rules from people already gone. The dead continue shaping the living through inherited knowledge. A divine teacher may represent that profound dependence. You feel a breeze moving across the temple tank. The water darkens as lamps burn lower. Flower petals drift apart, turning slowly beneath the moon. Could the flying palaces describe machines? The evidence does not require that conclusion. Could they preserve memories of the unfamiliar technologies, ceremonial vehicles, astronomical visions, or dreams interpreted as journeys? Possibly. Could they simply access the human desire to rise above distance, death, and limitation? Almost certainly. The strongest mystery may not concern machinery at all. It may concern the repeated belief that advanced knowledge belongs to beings who arrive from elsewhere. They descend from heaven, emerge through sacred sound, or enter the world during moments of crisis. Humanity receives what it did not create alone. Then it must decide how to use it. The ancient stories never promise that celestial contact brings peace. Visitors offer instruction, weapons, law, protection, and temptation. Their gifts expose human weaknesses as often as they solve human problems. Perhaps that is why the accounts endure. They do not describe simple rescue. They describe responsibility arriving from the sky. For a moment, it feels as though the evening sky has lowered over an ancient Chinese plain. Mist gathers above the fields, softening the outlines of distant hills. The scent of millet, damp soil, pine smoke, and river mud drifts through the cooling air. Wooden wheels creak along a narrow road, while dogs bark from courtyards hidden behind earthen walls. Far beyond the farms, mountains rise like dark islands. Ancient communities watch those peaks with caution and reverence. Clouds gather around their summits, storms form there, rivers descend from their slopes, carrying water that can nourish a kingdom or erase it. The heights seem close to heaven. Chinese traditions often place unusual rulers, sages, and divine beings near these boundaries. They descend through clouds, appear after strange births, speak with spirits, or receive signs from the sky. Their stories do not describe one single belief. They emerge from many regions, dynasties, courts, temples, villages, and centuries of retelling. Yet they share a quiet conviction that human order begins through contact with extraordinary teachers. You approach a settlement surrounded by packed earth walls. Bronze bells sound from a ceremonial enclosure. Their tones are deep and measured, moving through your chest before fading into the night. Inside, officials prepare offerings for royal ancestors. Vessels stand in careful rows, decorated with coiling creatures, staring masks, birds and animals. Firelight slides across the bronze surfaces, making the design seem restless. The kings of the Shang dynasty ruled during the second millennium before Christ. Archaeological excavations at Anyang reveal palaces, workshops, tombs, weapons, chariots, and thousands of inscribed oracle bones. These records confirm that rulers seek guidance from ancestors and powerful natural forces. Questions are carved onto turtle shells and animal shoulder blades. Heat creates cracks, which specialists interpret as answers concerning harvests, war, weather, illness, childbirth, and royal decisions. The future speaks through damaged bone. Researchers from Harvard and Oxford have studied how these inscriptions preserve some of the earliest known Chinese writing. They reveal a court deeply concerned with the communication across invisible boundaries. The Deadeye not Silao. Royal ancestors can influence reign, victory, health, and disaster. They remain participants in political life, though their bodies rest beneath the earth. A ruler governs partly because he can approach them. This creates a form of sacred mediation. Knowledge moves from unseen powers through trained interpreters into human action. A military campaign may begin because an ancestor approves. A field may be planted because a crack points toward favourable weather. The visitor is not always a visible figure arriving in a shining vessel. Sometimes the visitor enters as a message. Ancient Chinese traditions also remember culture heroes who transform the world through practical gifts. One teaches farming, another controls floods, another establishes medicine, calendars, writing, music, or social customs. Their lives stretch beyond ordinary history, blending political memory with sacred imagination. The Yellow Emperor stands among the most famous of these figures. Later texts describe him as an ideal ruler, warrior, inventor, healer, and founder of institutions. He is linked with roads, boats, clothing, weapons, governance, and the ordering of society. His court includes skilled advisors who contribute specialized knowledge in. No single period created the period. The figure grows over centuries, gathering traditions from different communities. He becomes less a man than a container for civilization's beginnings. A curious legend describes his departure in connection with a dragon. The creature descends, receives the ruler, and carries him upward. Officials and followers attempt to hold on to him, but the ascent continues. Some fringe interpretations present this dragon as a misunderstood flying machine. The comparison appears attractive because the creature arrives, transports passengers, and returns to the sky. Yet dragons within Chinese tradition carry meanings linked with water, rain, imperial power, transformation, and cosmic energy. They are not ordinary animals. They cross boundaries. A dragon can move through clouds, rivers, seas, and heavens because it embodies forces that unite those realms. Its flight expresses sacred authority more naturally than mechanical travel. Still, the image retains its strangeness. A founding ruler completes his work, then leaves the human world through the sky. You hear silk brushing against a wooden doorway. An elderly court historian steps into lamplight, carrying narrow bamboo slips bound with cord. Before paper becomes common, texts are written upon wood, bamboo, silk, bone, and bronze. Every record requires labour. Words possess weight. A long document may fill a cart. This physical burden makes preservation uncertain. Fire, moisture, insects, warfare, and political change can destroy entire libraries. Ancient Chinese history is therefore reconstructed through surviving fragments, later copies, excavated inscriptions, and tradition shaped by generations of editors. The scholarly debate remains open concerning how much early legends preserve genuine memories of prehistoric rulers. Some historians view culture heroes as symbolic expressions of gradual social developments. Others allow that distant leaders, tribal confederations, or remembered innovators may stand beneath the later myths. One person rarely invents civilization. Myth prefers one name. Flood control offers a powerful example. The story of Yu the Great describes a leader who spends years managing catastrophic waters. He cuts channels, studies the land, and directs floods toward the sea. He passes his home repeatedly without entering, placing public duty above personal comfort. The tale explains kingship through labour and sacrifice. Modern geological research has identified evidence for major prehistoric floods in parts of China. Some scholars have explored whether one dramatic event could have contributed to later flood traditions. The connection remains debated. A natural disaster may inspire memory, but stories can also combine many floods into one exemplary crisis. Within the legend, Yu receives assistance from unusual sources, sacred objects, divine creatures, and maps help reveal the structure of the landscape. Knowledge appears as something granted. The ruler succeeds because he reads patterns hidden from ordinary sight. This pattern resembles a visitor tradition without requiring an arrival from another planet. The higher intelligence may be an ancestor, a spirit, a celestial sign, or a perfected scum. The essential movement remains the small. A human crisis reaches beyond human ability. Guidance enters. Order follows. You travel toward a hill where an early observatory might have watched the heavens. The night air feels colder there. Grass brushes your ankles. Above, stars circle slowly around the northern sky. Chinese astronomers become careful recorders of eclipses, comets, planetary movements, sunspots, and unexpected stars. Court officials treat these events as meaningful because heaven and government are believed to reflect one another. A comet may warn of disorder, an eclipse may reveal royal failure, an unusual star may announce change. The sky is therefore both calendar and moral mirror. Later political thought develops the idea that rulers govern through the approval of heaven. This authority can be lost through cruelty, corruption, or failure. Rebellion can become more than ambition. It can be interpreted as cosmic correction. Heaven does not need to descend in bodily form. It speaks through famine, flood, celestial signs, and the collapse of confidence. The ruler must listen. An unusual story concerns the figure known as the Queen Mother of the West. She dwells in a remote and sacred region, often associated with western mountains. Early descriptions present her as powerful and fearsome. Later traditions surround her with immortality, celestial courts, rare fruits, and divine gatherings. Kings and seekers desire access to her realm. She stands beyond ordinary geography, though travellers still imagine a road leading toward her. Her changing image reveals how visitor traditions evolve. A dangerous border spirit becomes a majestic heavenly ruler. Local belief enters court literature, religious thought, art, and popular storytelling. Each age reshapes the stranger. Perhaps the Queen Mother represents the mystery of distant peoples living beyond known frontiers. Perhaps she embodies death, longevity, wilderness, or female sacred authority. Some speculative writers imagine memories of an advanced foreign visitor. No archaeological evidence confirms such a meeting, yet the persistence of her western realm suggests that unfamiliar knowledge often enters from beyond the map. You descend from the hill while frost begins forming upon the grass. In the valley, lamps glow inside small houses. Families prepare for sleep beneath roofs of timber and earth. Somewhere, a bronze vessel cools beside a dying fire. The ancient Chinese sky is not empty space. It is a government, a pattern, an ancestral field, and a source of warning. Its visitors arrive through dragons, dreams, omens, spirits, sages, and rulers whose births carry unusual signs. Some emerge from history. Others belong to mythology. Most stand between both. Perhaps these heavenly founders are memories of gifted leaders whose achievements became sacred. Perhaps they express the human need to place order above personal ambition. It's possible that encounters with distant travellers entered local tradition, then change beyond recognition. A stranger with new tools can seem miraculous. A ruler who understands floods can appear chosen by heaven. A court astronomer who predicts an eclipse can resemble a magician. Time enlarges every difference. The stories remain calm in their certainty. Civilization is not portrayed as an accident of countless unnamed hands. It is taught. It is authorized. It is received from figures who move between the human world and a greater order hidden among clouds, mountains, ancestors, and stars. The air grows warmer as you enter a limestone city beneath a bright Mesoamerican sky. White roads stretch between temples, courtyards, reservoirs, and low houses hidden among trees. Parrots cry from the forest canopy, insects pulse within the leaves. Smoke rises from cooking fires, carrying the scent of maize, cacao, resin, and damp stone. Above the settlement, a stepped pyramid catches the morning sun. Its stairway climbs toward a temple chamber where priests observe the heavens. They track the movements of Venus, the moon, and the sun with disciplined attention. Their calendars guide planting, remise, warfare, tribute, and royal events. Time is not simply counted here. It is watched. It is renewed. It can become dangerous. Maya scribes record dates using a complex system that places human events within enormous cycles. Kings anchor their reigns to sacred moments, connecting political authority with a universe that moves through repeating patterns. Carved monuments preserve births, battles, accessions, deaths, and ritual performances. They also describe rulers communicating with ancestors and divine beings through bloodletting, incense, fasting, music, and visionary experience. The boundary between worlds opens through ceremony. A king does not need to climb into the sky. The sky comes near through smoke, pain, darkness, and sacred preparation. You step into a shaded plaza where stone monuments stand like silent witnesses. Their surfaces carry dense rows of signs and images. A ruler appears dressed in feathers, jade, shells, woven cloth, and of the skin of a powerful animal. His clothing transforms him. He becomes more than a man. Behind him, a serpent rises in curling bands. Within its open mouth, an ancestor or divine figure emerges, as though the creature forms a doorway between visible life and hidden spacer. Modern viewers sometimes interpret these scenes as depictions of unusual visitors arriving through portals. Archaeologists usually understand them as visionary imagery connected with ritual communication, ancestry, and royal legitimacy. The serpent is not merely an animal. Its body joins earth, water, vegetation, and sky. It moves without limbs, disappears into holes, sheds its skin, and returns with a renewed surface. Such qualities make it an ideal symbol for transformation. Feathers add another realm. They belong to birds, height, wind, and the heavens. A feathered serpent therefore combines the ground with the sky. It becomes a being that unites separate worlds without fully belonging to either. Across Mesoamerica, related feathered serpent traditions appear under different names and forms. They develop over centuries among distinct peoples, each adapting the figure to local history and belief. The being may be associated with wind, learning, priesthood, rulership, fertility, creation, or political authority. Later accounts also connect a feathered serpent deity with a legendary ruler and teacher. This blending creates confusion. A god, a title, a priestly office, and a remembered person can gradually merge. One story may describe a divine force. Another may describe a human leader carrying the divine name. Eventually, separating them becomes nearly impossible. Records from central Mexico describe a priestly ruler associated with the city of Tollan. He is remembered as wise, disciplined, skilled in ritual, and opposed to certain forms of sacrifice. Enemies deceive or corrupt him. He leaves the city. Some traditions describe his journey toward the eastern horizon, where he disappears, burns, transforms, or becomes connected with the morning star. The endings vary because myths are patient collectors. They preserve contradictions without apology. The figure's departure gives later storytellers a powerful mystery. A civilizing ruler vanishes toward the sea, leaving behind teachings and the possibility of return. Fringe writers have transformed this tradition into the image of a pale, bearded foreign visitor who arrives from across the ocean and promises to return. The claim appears frequently in popular retellings. The historical evidence is far less certain. Descriptions of whiteness may refer to paint, ritual colour, clothing, brightness, or later colonial interpretation. Beards appear in Mesoamerican art, though they do not necessarily identify outsiders. Spanish chroniclers recorded indigenous traditions through translation, political pressure, religious assumptions, and their own desire to explain conquest. Every account passes through troubled hands. The scholarly debate remains open concerning how much of the returning teacher's story existed before European arrival. Some specialists argue that later writers reshaped older traditions to make conquest appear predicted or inevitable. Others suggest that genuine pre-colonial ideas of cyclical return, divine departure, and Eastern symbolism contributed to the accounts. The evidence allows caution, but not simplicity. You hear sandals brushing against plastered stone. A scribe carries folded bark paper covered in painted signs. Books once preserve ritual cycles, astronomical tables, genealogies, prophecies, and ceremonial knowledge. Most do not survive. Fire, moisture, insects, warfare, and deliberate destruction reduce a vast intellectual tradition to scattered remnants. A few Maya books remain, alongside inscriptions painted on pottery, carved into stone, and written upon walls. These surviving records confirm sophisticated observations of celestial cycles. Maya astronomers calculate the movements of Venus with remarkable care. The planet's appearances and disappearances influence ritual planning and political decisions. Venus behaves like a visitor. It shines brightly, vanishes into the sunlight, then returns on another horizon. It changes identity from evening star to morning star, crossing darkness between appearances. A culture hero linked with Venus therefore carries a natural rhythm of departure and return. No spacecraft is required. The heavens provide the pattern. Yet the emotional power remains. A brilliant figure disappears, time passes, the world changes, then the light returns in a new place. You move through a market where traders exchange salt, cacao, woven cloth, obsidian, feathers, pottery, and shells carried from distant coasts. Mesoamerican societies maintain broad networks long before European ships appear. Goods travel between mountains, forests, lowlands, and seas. Ideas move with them. A religious image from one region can enter another, gain a new name, and attach itself to a local dynasty. A distant ruler may be remembered as a stranger. A merchant carrying unusual knowledge may become a legendary teacher. Cultural contact need not cross an ocean to feel miraculous. An obsidian blade from a remote volcanic source shines like black water. A scarlet feather suggests an unseen tropical forest. A shell from the coast carries the sound of a faraway sea. Objects become evidence that other worlds exist beyond familiar fields. One curious feature of Mesoamerican origin stories is the repeated appearance of sacred bundles. These wrapped objects may contain stones, images, relics, tools, or symbols of authority. A migrating community carries them as living centers of identity. The bundle travels, the god travels with it. When the people reach a new homeland, sacred power arrives through an object guarded by priests. A visitor from beyond may therefore be present without a visible bodies. Authority can dwell inside a cloth. Memory can be carried on a human back. You enter a temple chamber where resin burns in a clay vessel. Smoke gathers against the ceiling before escaping through the doorway. The scent is sharp and sweet. A priest scatters maize flour across the floor. He watches how it falls, reading pattern and possibility. Nearby, another specialist studies painted calendar signs. Knowledge here belongs to trained memory, inherited duty, and repeated observation. Agriculture depends upon timing. Maize must be planted when rain, soil, labour, and ritual align. A failed season threatens more than hunger. It suggests a broken relationship between humanity and the greater order. This gives civilizing teachers a practical role. They bring maize. They teach the calendar. They establish ceremonies. They show communities how to live within a landscape that can be generous and severe. Some creation accounts describe humanity itself being formed from maize. Earlier attempts use other materials but fail. The successful people are made from the food they will cultivate. The lesson is elegant. Human beings do not merely eat the crop, they belong to it. A teacher who brings agriculture is therefore not offering one skill among many. Such a being helps define what humanity is. Researchers from leading universities have shown that maize develops gradually through thousands of years of cultivation and selective breeding from wild grasses. No single visitor creates it. Countless farmers shape it through patient choices, season after season. Myth compresses those anonymous generations into the sacred generosity. A god gives maize because memory cannot name every hand. The same process may explain stories of calendars, writing, medicine, and urban planning. Collective invention becomes personal, slow development becomes revelation. Still, the teacher's foreignness matters. The wisdom often comes from a mountain, cave, sea, star, or distant city. It enters from outside ordinary life. Perhaps this reflects the structure of discovery. New knowledge always arrives from beyond what people already understand. It feels external. It interrupts habit. It changes the future. You climb the pyramid as afternoon clouds gather over the forest. The steps are steep, forcing your body into a careful rhythm. At the summit, wind touches your face. The city spreads below in pale courtyards and green shadows. Beyond it, the forest extends toward every horizon. From this height, the world seems immense and enclosed at once. Smoke rises from villages you cannot see, roads disappear beneath trees. Distant thunder moves through the clouds. A priest watching Venus might imagine that sacred teachers inhabit the bright regions above. A farmer hearing of foreign cities might imagine feathered strangers carrying impossible knowledge. A conquered people might remember a vanished ruler as gentler than those who replaced him. A later empire might claim his name to strengthen its own authority. Each possibility adds another layer. None completely removes the visitor. The feathered figure remains poised between earth and heaven, history and symbol, ruler and god. He teaches, departs, and becomes attached to the promise of return. Perhaps he is a memory of political. Perhaps he embodies the morning star. Perhaps several teachers, priests, and travellers slowly gather beneath one sacred name. The city below grows dim as rain begins crossing the forest. Drops strike the warm stone, releasing the mineral scent of dust and waters. Above the temple, a bright planet waits behind the clouds. It will vanish for a time. Then it will appear again. Cold wind moves across the high plateau, carrying dust, dry grass, and the faint scent of smoke. You stand beneath the vast Andean sky, where mountains rise like dark walls around the horizon. Their upper ridges hold snow, though sunlight still warms the stone beneath your hands. Far below, water glimmers across a broad lake. The air feels thin. Every breath arrives slowly. Near the shoreline, blocks of carved stone rest among ruined walls and ceremonial platforms. Some fit together with remarkable precision. Others lie unfinished, abandoned where workers once shaped them. This is Tiwanaku, an ancient city near Lake Titicaca. Its builders create monumental temples, sunken courts, carved gateways, drainage systems, and carefully planned spaces The city becomes a major center of religion and political power long before the rise of the Inca Empire. Archaeologists date its greatest expansion to the first millennium after Christ. Its influence reaches across highland valleys and distant communities through its trade, ritual, colonization, and shared artistic traditions. Yet later, Andean peoples remember the place as older than ordinary history. They imagine it belonging to an age of beginnings. You approach a monumental gateway cut from a single block of stone. Across its surface, carved figures face a central being who holds staffs in both hands. The central figure wears an elaborate headdress. Tears or rays descend from the eyes. Winged attendants kneel or run toward the middle. The scene appears ordered, formal, and strangely still. Some scholars interpret the figure as a powerful deity connected with weather, fertility, agriculture, or political authority. Others emphasize its relationship with the older Andean imagery found in several regions. The exact meaning remains debated. No surviving text explains the carving. Stone keeps its silence. A fringe interpretation describes the central being as a visitor wearing protective equipment. The headdress becomes a helmet, the staffs become instruments, and the attendants become technicians or messengers. Such readings depend heavily upon modern expectation. A carved symbol can resemble machinery when viewed by people surrounded by machines. Still, the image presents a figure standing beyond ordinary humanity, receiving attention from beings arranged across a celestial frame. Its authority feels distant. Its arrival feels The stories surrounding Tiwanaku become even more curious when later chroniclers record Andean traditions of a creator or civilizing figure. This being is often associated with the name Viracocha. Descriptions vary according to region, language, recorder, and political purpose. In some accounts, he creates the world, in others, he brings light, forms human groups, teaches social order, or travels across the landscape. He appears after darkness. He moves among communities. He gives instructions. Then he departs across water. The story does not remain fixed because no living tradition remains fixed. Each valley preserves its own emphasis. Priests, rulers, translators, and foreign chroniclers all shape what survives. One account describes a world destroyed by flood. A small number of beings remain hidden within caves, springs, mountains, or sacred places. The Creator summons them into the open and sends them across the land. Humanity emerges not from one location, but from many. Each group receives a homeland, language, clothing, and an identity. This is not merely a creation story. It is a map of belonging. Mountains become ancestors. Caves become doorways. Springs become points of arrival. The land itself remembers where each people enters history. You walk across the plateau as clouds gather above the peaks. A distant herd of llamas moves through yellow grass. Their bells produce small, irregular notes that vanish in the wind. Andean life depends upon the movement between ecological zones. Highlands produce potatoes, quinoa, wool, and hardy animals. Lower valleys offer maize, fruit, coca, and warmer conditions. Communities exchange goods across steep terrains. A traveller descending from another altitude may carry foods, fabrics, tools, and customs unknown in the local village. Difference arrives along mountain paths. A stranger from the coast may seem pale from clothing, dust, or unfamiliar appearance. A priest from a distant temple may carry knowledge of calendars, construction, or ritual. Several such visitors can merge into one legendary teacher. Time prefers a single face. The best-known colonial descriptions sometimes portray Viracocha as a bearded man wearing a long garment. Popular writers often present this as evidence of an early foreign traveller. The matter is less secure than it sounds. Facial hair was not unknown among indigenous Andean people. Long clothing can indicate ritual status rather than foreign origin. Colonial authors also wrote within Christian assumptions that encouraged comparisons between local traditions and biblical figures. Translation creates another difficulty. A word meaning radiant, sacred, powerful, or unusual can become a description of skin colour. A title can become a personal name. A ceremonial journey can become a physical migration. The scholarly debate remains open concerning which details belong to older Andean memory, and which emerge through colonial interpretation. Researchers at major universities have studied how Spanish chroniclers gathered information from indigenous nobles, interpreters, priests, and local witnesses. These accounts preserve invaluable traditions, and they also reflect conquest, conversion, and political negotiation. No record arrives untouched. You reach the edge of Lake Titicaca. Cold water presses against dark stones. Waves move beneath a brightening moon, and reeds whisper close to shore. Several islands within the lake hold sacred importance. In Inca tradition, one island becomes associated with the emergence of the sun or the founding ancestors of royal authority. The lake is not treated as empty water. It is a place of origin. Something comes forth from it. The pattern differs from descent out of the sky, yet the mystery remains similar. A being enters human history from a realm ordinary people cannot inhabit. Deep water hides what it carries. Mist covers distances. An island appears to float between worlds. One legend tells of a culture hero travelling westward until he reaches the sea. There, he walks upon the water or disappears beyond the horizon. This ending becomes central to later speculation. Some imagine a foreign teacher returning to a homeland across the ocean. Others see a solar pattern, with the figure following the path of sunset. A sacred traveller moving west can represent death, completion, exile, or transformation. The direction matters. So does the water. Andean societies understand the landscape as inhabited by powerful presences. Mountains can protect, punish, or receive offerings. Springs possess character. Stones may mark ancestral acts. A visitor does not need to come from another planet when every valley contains openings into sacred reality. Yet this worldview does not make the stories meaningless. It makes them deeply local. The creator walks through specific places, shaping hills, assigning peoples, and establishing customs. His route binds communities to geography. You can almost follow his footprints across the plateau. At Tiwanaku, unfinished stones invite another kind of legend. Later observers struggle to imagine how enormous blocks were quarried, transported, and carved at high altitude. Some stories claim that stones moved at a command. Others say builders possessed forgotten powers. Such explanations appear wherever later societies encounter monuments whose construction methods have faded from memory. The ruins outlive the instructions. Tools rust. Work songs disappear. The completed wall remains. Archaeological evidence shows that Andean builders used stone hammers, abrasive sand, patient labour, ramps, ropes, and coordinated transport. Experimental studies demonstrate that hard stone can be shaped through repeated percussion and grinding. The process is slow. That may be the hardest fact for modern imagination to accept. Great monuments do not always require impossible machines. They may require thousands of skilled actions repeated beyond ordinary patience. A quirky tradition claims that a plant could soften stone, allowing builders to shape blocks as easily as clay. Travellers and local storytellers have repeated variations of this idea for generations. No known botanical substance has been shown to perform such a transformation. Still, the legend expresses something important. The finished masonry seems too smooth for forgotten hands, so nature itself is invited to explain the precision. A bird knows the plant, a priest knows the secret. The knowledge vanishes. The wall remains. You sit beside a carved block while night settles across the plateau. The stone releases the heat it gathered during the day. Above, stars appear with unusual brightness in the thin mountain air. Across the Andes, people observe celestial cycles linked with planting, herding, rainfall, and ritual. Dark spaces within the Milky Way can form animals, while bright stars mark seasonal changes. The sky becomes a living field of signs. A traveller associated with light may therefore belong to both heaven and landscape. He can emerge from water, cross mountains, teach communities, and vanish toward the setting sun without fitting any single category. Was Viracocha one remembered person? The traditions do not require it. He may combine creator deity, political founder, wandering priest, ancestral lawgiver, and later colonial interpretation. He may represent many teachers. He may represent no human tatum commenting to ourselves. Perhaps the visitor is civilization itself, arriving unevenly across the highlands through roads, exchange, conquest, and sacred authority. One community learns terrace farming, another adopts a new ritual, another receives a calendar or style of masonry. Generations later, those changes gather around a traveller who walks through the world during an age of darkness. The figure becomes a vessel for transformation. He arrives when society is disordered. He assigns places outside. He teaches conduct. He leaves before people fully understand what has happened. Wind crosses the lake and touches your face with cold moisture. The mountains remain black against the stars. Somewhere beyond them, old roads continue through valleys and passes, joining settlements that once believed sacred teachers had crossed the same ground. No monument proves that visitors came from beyond the world. No inscription offers a final identity. Yet the high plateau preserves a powerful possibility. Human beings remember their beginnings through strangers because change often arrives from outside familiar boundaries. It comes from across water. It descends from the mountain. It steps from a cave. It walks into the village carrying knowledge, then disappears into the distance before anyone thinks to ask where it truly came from. You climb a rocky path while evening settles over the slopes of Mount Olympus. Pine resin scents the cooling air. Loose stones shift beneath your sandals. Somewhere above, goats move among the trees, their bells sounding faintly through the gathering mist. Clouds conceal the summit. For ancient Greeks, this mountain rises beyond ordinary geography. Its upper reaches belong to the gods, where immortal rulers feast, argue, judge, and watch the troubled affairs of humanity. They are powerful yet strangely familiar. They quarrel over status, they protect favourites, they deceive one another, they fall in love, grow jealous, hold grudges, and occasionally behave like an aristocratic household with unlimited thunder. Divinity does not remove personality. It magnifies it. The Olympian gods descend into human life repeatedly. They arrive disguised as strangers, shepherds, warriors, elderly travellers, radiant women, or voices carried through dreams. Their visits rarely feel casual. A god may test hospitality, deliver warning, offer protection, demand justice, or alter the birth of a future ruler. Ordinary people may not recognize the visitor until the moment has passed. This uncertainty makes every doorway important. A traveller asking for shelter might be hungry. He might also be immortal. Greek custom places strong value upon hospitality towards strangers. Hosts offer food, washing, rest, and protection before demanding an identity. The practice serves practical needs in a world of dangerous roads and limited lodging. It also carries sacred weight because Zeus himself protects guests, hosts, and supplicants. A neglected stranger may bring disgrace. A welcome stranger may bring blessing. The visitor from beyond therefore enters not through a blazing sky, but through a domestic threshold. You reach a small farmhouse beneath the mountain. Firelight shines through gaps in the wooden door. Inside, bread warms beside a clay hearth, and olive oil reflects the flames in a shallow bowl. A knock sounds outside. The room becomes still. Greek stories repeatedly explore this moment. Divine beings test whether humans will show generosity without knowing whom they serve. One tale describes an elderly couple who welcomed two unknown travellers when wealthier neighbours refused them. Their simple meal proves sufficient because kindness matters more than abundance. Only later do the visitors reveal their divine nature. The house changes. The landscape changes. The humble hosts receive protection, while the inhospitable community faces destruction. The story is not evidence of beings from another world, it is a moral lesson shaped through sacred imagination, yet its structure remains revealing.
Visitors arrive in ordinary form.
Humans are judged by their response. Truth appears only afterward. Perhaps this reflects the anxiety of travel. A stranger carries information, disease, news, trade, danger, and possibility. No village can know what approaches until the visitor enters. Myth gives that uncertainty a divine face. The gods also arrive openly. Zeus descends with thunder. Athena appears in armor. Apollo brings radiance, music, prophecy, and plague. Hermes moves between heaven, earth, and the realm of the dead, carrying messages across boundaries inaccessible to ordinary people. Winged sandals later become one of his familiar symbols. They suggest speed, though early traditions do not always describe them as literal equipment. Modern eyes can easily transform divine attributes into machinery. A shining helmet becomes protective technology. A thunderbolt becomes a weapon. A flying chariot becomes a vehicle. Fringe interpretations sometimes treat Greek myth as distorted memory of advanced visitors whose tools seemed supernatural to ancient observers. The idea remains speculative because no physical evidence supports a technological reading. Greek artists and poets use symbolic language freely. A divine object expresses authority, identity, and cosmic power rather than mechanical design. Still, the stories contain persistent details of descent and contact and altered bloodlines. Gods father children with mortal women. Goddesses bear children to mortal men. The offspring often possess unusual strength, beauty, intelligence, or destiny. They stand between worlds, admired for their gifts and punished by their divided natures. Heracles is one of the clearest examples. He is born from Zeus and a mortal woman, then forced through suffering, labour, and impossible trials. His divine ancestry grants strength, but it also draws divine hostility. He does not live comfortably between heaven and humanity. He is crushed by both. Many Greek heroes share this mixed origin. Perseus, Helen, Achilles, and others belong partly to divine lines, royal families, or supernatural circumstances. Their ancestry legitimizes greatness. It also explains why ordinary rules seem unable to contain them. A ruler descended from a god can claim more than noble blood. He becomes part of a cosmic genealogy. Greek dynasties often trace their origins toward heroes and deities. Such claims bind political authority to sacred history. Records confirm that major city-states maintained heroic cults at tombs and sanctuaries. Communities offered gifts to legendary founders believed to protect the land. These heroes were dead, yet not absent. They occupied a middle condition. Their remains, names, and local presence could influence battle, fertility, and civic identity. Researchers at Cambridge and Oxford have examined how heroic tradition supported claims to territory and ancestry. A city could strengthen its identity by connecting itself with a figure from the age when God still walked among humans. The hidden message is political. The present ruler inherits authority from a visitor who once crossed the boundary between divine and mortal worlds. You continue toward Delphi, where mountains narrow around a sacred valley. Laurel, dust, smoke, and cold spring water scent at the air. Pilgrims approach from distant regions carrying questions about war, marriage, travel, illness, inheritance, and power. They come seeking Apollo. Inside the sanctuary, a priestess enters a ritual state and delivers words believed to come from the god. Priests interpret, shape, or preserve the response. Kings listen. Generals wait. Colonists ask where to build. The visitor speaks through a human body. This is not physical descent from the sky. It is possession, inspiration, revelation, or sacred performance, depending upon how the event is understood. The priestess becomes a temporary meeting place. Her voice belongs partly to herself and partly to something beyond her. Scholars continue debating the precise ritual process at Delphi. Some emphasize altered states, sacred expectation, and controlled performance. Others investigate geological gases or environmental factors that may have influenced experience. The surviving evidence supports no single explanation. What remains certain is that Greek communities treated the oracle as a serious institution. Decisions with enormous consequences passed through its words. Divine communication entered history. One quirky tradition claims that the site was first recognized when goats began behaving strangely near a fissure in the ground. A herdsman noticed their excitement and experienced a similar state himself. The story appears in later accounts and cannot be verified. Still, it gives sacred discovery to animals, which feels entirely appropriate for a world where humans frequently miss what goats notice first. Apollo himself represents a complex visitor. He comes from this divine realm, establishes sanctuaries, defeats older forces, teaches purification, and grants prophecy. At Delphi, he replaces or absorbs earlier sacred traditions associated with the earth and a serpent guardian. This may preserve memories of religious change. A new cult enters, an older one is defeated, reinterpreted, or incorporated. Myth presents the transformation as divine conquest. Historical development becomes the arrival of a god. Greek religion often grows through such layering. Local deities receive broader identities. Foreign gods enter ports and cities, and sacred practices move through trade, migration, warfare, and colonization. A visitor from beyond may therefore be a deity arriving from another culture. The Greeks themselves recognized that gods could appear under unfamiliar names. Contact with Egypt, Anatolia, the Eastern Mediterranean, and northern peoples expanded their sacred landscapes. Some gods seemed ancient and local. Others carried foreign fragrance. Dionysus offers a particularly unsettling example. He arrives from distant lands with wine, music, masks, ecstatic movement, and followers who leave ordinary social order behind. Cities resist him. Their resistance ends badly. He teaches that controlled life has limits. Beneath law, family, and civic identity, another force waits. His visitors dance at night. They cross boundaries of gender, class, age, and behavior. The god enters the community as liberation and threat at once. Perhaps his myths preserve the spread of new ritual practices. Perhaps they dramatize tensions between social control and ecstatic religion. Either way, the newcomer changes those who receive him. You sit beneath an olive tree as moonlight spreads across the valley. The Greeks do not describe a single group of visitors with one purpose. Their gods arrive for love, punishment, instruction, amusement, prophecy, war, and personal rivalry. They are not benevolent teachers standing above human weakness. They share it. This may be why their stories feel unusually intimate. The gods do not merely create humanity and withdraw, they interfere repeatedly, as though mortal life remains a stage they cannot stop entering. Their presence shapes marriages, dynasties, battles, voyages, and the founding of cities. Yet direct contact slowly belongs to an older age. Heroes disappear. The gods become less visible. Oracles remain, but even they speak through ambiguity. The world grows more human and perhaps more lonely. It's possible that these myths preserve memories of foreign elites, ritual specialists, conquerors, and charismatic rulers whose power seemed otherworldly. It is equally possible that they express the oldest human suspicion about power itself. Those who rule often behave as though they descended from heaven. Those who suffer beneath them may privately wonder whether heaven could have chosen more carefully. Clouds drift across the moon. The mountain remains silent. Somewhere within the mist, the immortals continue their feast, watching humanity struggle with gifts, bloodlines, promises, and consequences. They descend when they choose. They leave without explanation, and mortals are left to decide whether the visitor at the door was merely lost, quietly dangerous, or something no human household was prepared to receive. Night settles over a broad African plain where warm wind bends the grass beneath a deep violet sky. You hear insects pulsing near the riverbank. Frogs answer from dark water. Farther inland, cattle shift inside the thorn enclosures, their bells making soft metallic sounds. Wood smoke drifts from scattered homes. The scent carries ash, milk, a damp earth, and crushed leaves and leaves. Across Africa, stories of unusual teachers emerge from many distinct cultures, languages, climates, and historical settings. They cannot be treated as one unified tradition. The continent is too vast for that. Yet several accounts describe beings connected with water, stars, sky, ancestors, and the arrival of knowledge. They appear as founders, lawgivers, healers, blacksmiths, royal ancestors, or creatures whose bodies cross familiar boundaries. Their strangeness often begins with the landscape. Rivers hide what walks beneath their surfaces. Lakes reflect the sky while concealing depth. Thunderheads arrive from beyond the horizon, bringing both life and danger. A being associated with such places already belongs partly outside the human world. You approach a village near a wide river. Moonlight trembles across the current. Fishing baskets rest upside down beside canoes, and woven net is hanging from poles to dry. An elderly storyteller sits near the fire. Children and adults gather around him, though nobody interrupts. His voice moves slowly, carrying names, genealogies, warnings, and the remembered acts of beings who shaped the worlds. Oral history does not survive through storage alone. It survives through performance, tone, rhythm, repetition, gesture, and audience memory protect the account. A written page remains still, but a spoken tradition must live inside people. This gives it strength and vulnerability. The story can adapt to new circumstances. It can also change as languages shift, communities migrate, and older meanings fade. Professional historians therefore compare oral accounts with archaeology, linguistics, environmental evidence, and written records from neighbouring societies. No single source carries the entom. Among the most discussed traditions are stories from the Dogon people of Mali. Popular writers often claim that Dogon religious specialists possess detailed knowledge of a faint companion star near Sirius, before modern astronomers shared such information. The claim became famous during the 20th century. Some accounts describe ancestral beings connected with water, creation, order, and the heavens. These beings are sometimes presented as amphibious teachers who descend and bring knowledge. The image seems almost designed for speculation. Visitors arrive from a star. They possess unusual bodies. They instruct humanity, yet the historical situation is complex. Researchers have questioned whether astronomical details entered local conversation through earlier contact with missionaries. Travelers, soldiers, administrators, or scholars. Others note that Dogon traditions vary between communities and informants. The debate remains open concerning how information moved, who recorded it, and how much later retelling altered the original claims. This uncertainty does not make the tradition worthless. It makes careful listening essential. A religious system can contain symbolic relationships between stars, farming, ritual cycles, and social order without functioning as a modern astronomy textbook. A star may represent ancestry. Its companion may express duality. An invisible partner may describe spiritual structure rather than a hidden physical object. Modern readers often search ancient stories for scientific facts because science carries authority in the present age, or ancient communities may have been asking different questions. Who are we? Why does order require sacrifice? Why do generations repeat the duties of their ancestors? Why does life emerge from water and return to darkness? The answers may appear through beings who are not quite human. You hear water touching the canoe. A fish breaks the surface, then disappears. Amphibious visitors possess a natural symbolic power because they move between realms. They breathe or travel where humans cannot remain. They emerge from hidden depth and return without leaving a path. A teacher from water therefore carries secret knowledge. The river knows distant places. It touches settlements beyond sight. It brings unfamiliar objects downstream. It can deliver a stranger without warning. This pattern appears in many parts of the world, but African traditions give it forms rooted in local environments. Some water spirits protect fertility. Others lure, punish, heal, enrich, or transform. They may appear beautiful, terrifying human bedtime, or blended with animals. Their gifts are rarely free. A person who receives medicine, wealth, or special knowledge may accept new obligations toward the spirit world. Contact changes social identity. You leave the river and follow a path toward higher ground. The soil becomes red and dry. Thorn trees stand against the stars. Somewhere ahead, a hammer strikes metal with a clear ringing note. Blacksmiths hold unusual status in African society. They control fire, stone, air, and ore, turning hidden material into tools, weapons, ornaments, and ritual objects. The process looks like transformation. Earth enters the furnace. Metal emerges. A skilled smith understands temperatures, charcoal, bellows, timing, and the behavior of different ores. To an observer unfamiliar with the craft, the work may appear magical. Several traditions connect metalworking with sacred founders, spirits, or culture heroes. The first smith may descend from heaven, emerge from the earth, or receive tools from a supernatural teacher. Records from archaeological sites confirm that ironworking spreads through different African regions over long periods, following complex local developments rather than one simple route. Researchers from universities including Yale and Stanford have examined evidence showing innovation, adaptation, and independent technical traditions across the continent. There is no need to imagine one mysterious visitor teaching every community. Yet myth compresses generations of experimentation into a single dramatic arrival. The first furnace becomes a gift. The first hammer belongs to a founder. The dangerous knowledge of metal receives a sacred origin because society depends upon it. A quirky belief found in some communities treats smiths as people who possess powers extending beyond craft. They may serve as healers, ritual specialists, baits, negotiators, or feared outsiders. Their work places them near transformation. They make the invisible visible. They draw strength from stone. Such people can easily become descendants of visitors. You enter a royal compound where carved posts frame a courtyard. Drums sound beyond the wall, low and steady. Courtiers gather near a ruler seated beneath woven cloth. African kingship often draws legitimacy from sacred ancestry. A dynasty may trace its origin to a hunter, serpent, river spirit, sky being, wandering stranger, or founder who arrives from a distant land. The stranger's foreignness can strengthen authority. He stands outside local rivalries. He brings new ritual knowledge. He marries into the community, defeats disorder, or establishes rules accepted by competing groups. In several traditions, the first king is not simply the strongest warrior. He is someone whose arrival reorganizes society. This may preserve memories of migration, conquest, alliance, or political centralization. A new ruling family often tells its beginning through sacred narrative. The founder comes from above, beyond, or elsewhere because ordinary origins seem insufficient for extraordinary power. The story also explains difference. Why does the royal family follow special burial customs? Why can the king perform certain rituals? Why does his body belong partly to the land and partly to the ancestors? Because his line begins with a visitor. You feel the packed earth cooling beneath your feet. Nearby, women grind grain upon this stone. The repeated sound forms a soft rhythm beside the drums. Agricultural knowledge also enters many origin traditions through unusual beings. A hero brings seeds. An ancestor teaches planting. A spirit reveals when rain will come. A sacred animal shows where useful plants grow. These stories honor observation accumulated over the centuries. Farming in uncertain climates requires attention to soil, insects, clouds, winds, birds, stars, and seasonal movement. A community survives because knowledge becomes collected memory. The first teacher may represent that memory given a face. In some societies, the rising or setting of particular stars helps mark agricultural seasons. Celestial observation does not require telescopes. It requires patience. People watch where the sun appears along a ridge. They notice when a bright star returns before dawn. They connect that event with rain, migration, flowering, or the movement of animals. The sky becomes part of the farming calendar. A star ancestor can therefore be both sacred and practical. It does not need to arrive in a machine. It arrives as timing. This may be the quietest kind of visitation. Light travels across an impossible distance, reaches the human eye, and changes behavior on the ground. Seeds are planted because a star appears. Cattle are moved because a constellation shifts. A ceremony begins because the moon reaches the proper shape. Heaven instructs without speaking. You return toward the river while clouds form it in the distance. Lightning flickers beyond the plain, illuminating the horizon for a single breath. The cattle grow restless. People secure roofs, gather tools, and call children indoors rain is coming. The first drops strike dry soil, releasing a rich scent that rises around you. Dust darkens. Leaves turn their pale undersides toward the wind. In such a moment, sky and earth seem to meet. Thunder becomes a voice. Rain becomes a gift. A river spirit, a star ancestor, and a heavenly founder may describe different forms of the same human awareness. Life depends upon powers that arrive from beyond control. Water comes from above. Knowledge comes from the dead. Metal comes from hidden stone. Authority comes from a stranger. Perhaps these visitors are symbolic beings shaped by landscape and social need. Perhaps some preserve memories of migrants, traders, priests, smiths, or rulers whose knowledge appeared extraordinary. It is possible that several layers remain joined within one story, each generation adding meaning without removing the older shape. The rain strengthens, firelight dims behind woven screens. Across the river, darkness hides the opposite bank, though drums continue somewhere beyond sight. The visitor does not need to stand visibly before you. He may remain inside a star, beneath water, within royal ancestry, or behind the ringing sound of iron. He arrives whenever a community explains knowledge by looking beyond the limits of ordinary human life. Ocean wind moves softly across a Polynesian shore, carrying salt, flowers, smoke, and wet timber. You stand where black volcanic rock meets a wide lagoon. Canoes rest above the tide line, their hulls shining beneath torchlight. Palm leaves whisper overhead, while waves break upon the reef with slow and measured force. Beyond the reef lies darkness. No road crosses it. No mountain marks its distance. Only stars reveal direction. Across the islands of the Pacific, communities preserve traditions of ancestors who arrive from distant homelands. These founders cross enormous stretches of ocean in voyaging canoes, guided by stars, swells, winds, birds, clouds, and inherited knowledge. Their journeys are historical, sacred, and legendary at once. A skilled navigator reads the sea as though it were a living text. A low cloud may gather above an unseen island. Birds may leave land at dawn and return near evening. Reflected light beneath a cloud can reveal a lagoon beyond the horizon. The ocean never appears empty to trained eyes. It contains the roads. Researchers from universities in Hawaii, Auckland, and the Stanford have studied how Pacific voyagers settled islands separated by astonishing distances. Archaeological evidence, language patterns, plant remains, and genetic research confirm purposeful movement rather than accidental drifting. Families carried crops, tools, animals, water, stories, and sacred objects. They transported worlds, yet island traditions often describe more than human navigation. Founding ancestors may descend from the sky, emerge from sacred places, marry divine beings, or receive guidance from powers beyond ordinary sight. The navigator travels across water, but his authority may begin among the stars. You approach a meeting house where elders sit beside carved wooden posts. Firelight warms their faces. Children listen from the edges, learning names that connect people to canoes, islands, reefs, winds, and ancient homelands. Genealogy functions as memory. A long line of ancestors can preserve migration routes, political claims, marriages, rivalries, and relationships with the land. A person belongs to an island because generations of names bind body, family, and place. Some genealogies extend toward gods. A chief may descend from a heavenly figure, a sea power, or an ancestor who first stepped ashore when the island was still unnamed. This sacred descent strengthens leadership. It also explains responsibilities. A ruler does not own the land in a modern sense. The ruler stands within a chain connecting ancestors, living communities, and descendants not yet born. To break that chain is more than political failure. It is disturbance of cosmic balance. Many Pacific stories describe the world as layered. The sky may contain several regions above human life. The ocean may conceal other realms below its surface. Ancestors move between these spaces through dreams, ritual, death, and sacred journey. The distance between worlds is not measured only in miles. It is measured in permission. A priest may communicate across it. A navigator may approach it. A hero may cross it and return changed. One widespread figure is the culture hero Maui, known through many island-bound traditions under related names. His adventures include fishing up islands, slowing the sun, seeking fire, lifting the sky, and attempting to overcome death. His personality is clever, impatient, generous, and troublesome. He resembles the relative who improves the household, while also creating 3 fresh problems before breakfast. Maui often changes the human condition through daring acts. He does not simply receive knowledge peacefully. He steals, bargains, tricks, or struggles for it. Fire may belong to a powerful guardian. The sun may move too quickly. Land may remain hidden beneath the sea. Humanity gains what it needs because a boundary is challenged. These stories do not describe a passive population awaiting rescue from above. They describe heroes who confront forces larger than themselves and return with something useful. The visitor can move in both directions. A heavenly being may descend. A human hero may rise. Contact occurs between realms, and knowledge passes through the encounter. You hear a conch shell sounding across the shore. Its note travels over the water, deep and hollow. People begin drawing a canoe toward the lagoon. Ropes tighten. Wood scrapes against sand. The vessel is narrow, elegant, and carefully balanced. Outriggers or paired hulls provide stability, while woven sails catch shifting wind. Every part reflects accumulated experience. The shape of the hull answers waves. The lashings allow movement without breaking. The sail turns wind into travel. None of this appears suddenly. Generations test, fail, remember, and improve. Still, oral traditions may assign the first canoe to a divine craftsman or ancestral founder. Such stories protect technical knowledge by placing it within sacred history. A canoe is not merely equipment, it is a body. Its front may be treated like a face. Its central space carries life. Its stern preserves direction. Launching it can require ceremony because the vessel crosses dangerous boundaries. One unusual belief describes certain canoes as possessing spiritual power or awareness. They may respond to proper ritual, resist careless crews, or carry the presence of ancestors. Modern language might call this superstition. A sailor might simply call it respect for a machine that decides whether you return alive. The scholarly discussion remains open concerning how particular migration memories survive within oral traditions. Some accounts may preserve real voyages with surprising accuracy. Others may combine several movements, political changes, and sacred events into one founding expedition. A canoe carrying many families can become one ancestral vessel. A sequence of island stops can become one direct journey. A skilled navigator can become a child of the sky. The transformation does not raise history. It reorganizes history into meaning. You step aboard as the canoe enters calm water. The lagoon reflects stars between dark ripples. Paddles touch the surface in careful rhythm. The reef passage opens ahead, marked by the sound of breaking waves on either side. Then the canoe reaches the open ocean. The island begins to shrink. Its fires become smaller heat. Soon only darkness remains behind you. The navigator sits quietly, watching the rising stars. He knows which bright points indicate north, south, east, and west. He remembers their paths and the sequence in which they appear. He also feels the swells. Several wave systems may cross beneath the canoe at once. One comes from a distant storm, another bends around an island. A weaker reflection may suggest land still hidden below the horizon. The body becomes an instrument. Balance, skin, hearing, and memory work together. This knowledge can appear supernatural because much of it remains invisible to untrained passengers. The navigator offers a direction without consulting a map. Hours later, birds appear. Then clouds, then land. A person who repeatedly performs such acts may seem guided by visitors in the sky. Stars become ancestors because they lead the living home. Some Pacific traditions describe heavenly beings descending through openings in the sky, or arriving upon rainbows, clouds, birds, or beams of light. These images may symbolize rank, beauty, weather, or sacred connection. They can also preserve encounters with strangers whose arrival seems impossible. An unfamiliar canoe reaching a remote island does not look like an ordinary event. Its passengers speak differently. Their clothing, ornaments, tools, and rituals may appear otherworldly. The horizon has delivered people. That fact alone feels miraculous. Visitors may bring new crops, fishing methods, weapons, songs, diseases, or political customs. They may marry local families and become ancestors. They may also be resisted, defeated, or transformed into dangerous spirits within later memory. Not every arrival becomes a blessing. A foreign navigator can become a founder. A defeated invader can become a monster. A lost crew can become ghostly wanderers. Each island reshapes contact according to experience. You return toward shore as dawn begins colouring the eastern sky. Flying fish break the surface. A seabird circles once, then turns towards a land. The navigator notices without speaking. A low shadow appears beneath the clouds. The island returns. People on the beach light fires and call across the water. The canoe crosses the reef passage as sunlight spreads over the lagoon. Arrival feels like creation. The travellers step onto sand carrying knowledge gathered beyond sight. They bring news of other islands, marriages, storms, deaths, opportunities, and dangers. For those who remained, the voyagers have crossed a world that cannot be seen. They return from beyond. This may explain why navigation, ancestry, and celestial visitation remain so closely joined. The Pacific does not divide islands completely. It connects them through skilled memory. The stars do not merely decorate the night. They form part of an inherited system linking one shore to another. A heavenly founder may therefore be both sacred being and remembered navigator. A voyage from the sky may describe a journey guided by stars. A floating homeland may preserve the image of a canoe carrying a complete community. Perhaps some stories recall genuine strangers whose origins were lost. Perhaps others express the sacred authority of chiefs and navigators. Perhaps the ocean itself becomes the visitor, arriving each day with shells, driftwood, fish, weather, and messages from lands beyond the horizon. The tide moves around your ankles. Warm water retreats across the sand, leaving small patterns that disappear with the next wave. Out beyond the reef, The sea continues toward islands hidden by distance. The people beside you know those islands are real, even when nothing marks them in the darkness. They trust stars, birds, currents, and names carried through generations. The visitors from beyond may not have crossed empty space between planets. They crossed something equally terrifying to the human imagination. They crossed an ocean without visible roads and arrived carrying proof that the world was larger than the shore. A quiet pattern begins to form when distant traditions are placed beside one another. The details refuse to match perfectly. Names change, landscapes change, sacred languages, political system, and ritual customs remain distinct. Yet several elements return with unusual persistence. A being arrives from beyond ordinary human space. That being carries knowledge, authority, warning, or transformation. Human communities receive instructions, establish order, and preserve the encounter through ritual memory. Then the visitor withdraws. You enter a dark archive where 8 tables stand beneath a ceiling lost in shadow. Upon each table rests a different fragment of the ancient world. Clay tablets lie beside carved stone. Painted books rest near woven genealogies. Oracle bones stand beside temple inscriptions. A weathered canoe model faces a bronze ritual vessel. No object speaks the same visual language, yet each preserves the idea that civilization begins through contact. This does not prove that 8 civilizations met the same literal beings. Similarity can emerge from many reasons. Human societies face comparable problems. They need food, law, leadership, seasonal knowledge, healing, defense, and explanations for death. A story about a powerful teacher answers several needs at once. It gives knowledge a respected origin. It makes social rules feel old than argument. It explains why rulers possess special authority. It also protects inherited customs from casual rejection. A farmer may question another farmer. Questioning a command from heaven feels less comfortable. This is one reason sacred visitors so often establish law. They do not merely teach practical skills, they define right conduct, proper sacrifice, marriage rules, kingship, boundaries, and the duties linking humans with gods. The visitor becomes the source of structure. Without that structure, the story warns society may return to disorder. You notice the first recurring pattern: descent. The beings come from sky, mountain, water, cave, star, or distant horizon. Their origin lies outside the familiar center of community life. That distance matters. A teacher already living next door possesses ordinary authority. A teacher arriving from an unreachable realm carries mystery. The unknown enlarges every hen. A seed from another valley may appear miraculous. A metal blade from a distant workshop may seem impossible. An accurate prediction of an eclipse may turn a foreign observer into a servant of heaven. Travel transforms knowledge into wonder. This process operates even within recent history. Communities encountering unfamiliar ships, weapons, animals, or medicines sometimes interpret them through existing religious ideas. The new arrival enters an old symbolic system. Ancient people likely did the same. They did not encounter strangeness without explanation. They placed it within stories of ancestors, spirits, gods, monsters, and sacred geography. A traveller becomes what the culture is prepared to understand. The second recurring pattern is instruction. Visitors teach writing, farming, calendars, building, navigation, healing, law, or ritual. These are not random gifts. They form the essential machinery of organized society. Writing preserves agreements and tribute. Calendars coordinate planting and ceremonies. Law limits conflict. Architecture creates shared sacred space. Navigation expands trade and migration. The teacher brings systems. In one isolated invention rarely changes a civilization by itself. The stories often describe packages of knowledge arriving together, as though culture is delivered in an ordered set. That feature attracts fringe interpretation. Some writers argue that early societies advanced too quickly for gradual human development. They claim an outside intelligence must have provided the complete design. Archaeology presents a slower picture. Villages grow over centuries, tools improve through repeated experimentation, trade networks spread techniques, environmental pressures force adaptation, social complexity develops unevenly, with setbacks, local inventions, borrowing, and loss. There is no universal moment when civilization suddenly switches on. Still, myth dislikes scattered development. Thousands of anonymous decisions do not fit easily into one memorable tale. The process becomes a visitor. The third pattern concerns chosen intermediaries. The beings rarely teach everyone equally. They speak to kings, priests, sages, founders, navigators, or special families. Knowledge accesses through to learn people. This arrangement strengthens hierarchy. A ruler can claim access to powers unavailable to ordinary subjects. A priesthood can guard sacred instructions. A royal bloodline can present itself as the bridge between heaven and earth. Political authority becomes cosmic units. Records from many ancient states confirm that rulers frequently connected themselves with divine ancestry or approval. This pattern appears independently across regions because sacred legitimacy solves a practical problem. Why should one family rule? Why should one person command thousands? Military force provides one answer, though rulers usually prefer a more elegant explanation. Heaven selected them. A council of gods approved them. An ancestor returned through their blood. A celestial teacher gave their dynasty its first law. Such claims reduce power into destiny. The fourth pattern is catastrophe. Visitors often appear during or following flood, darkness, drought, fire, war, or social collapse, and disaster creates an panic. Old authority fails. Communities become ready to accept new knowledge. A survivor carrying practical skills may seem extraordinary after destruction. Someone who knows where to find that water, how to plant unfamiliar soil, or how to rebuild a wall can appear almost supernatural. Catastrophe also transforms memories. A severe flood may become a world flood. A regional famine may become the end of an age. Several disasters may merge into one great destruction. The teacher who follows becomes the founder of a renewed humanity. This pattern appears because disaster divides time. People remember life before the event and life shaped by it. The visitor stands at the boundary. One quirky theory claims that all flood traditions preserve a single global catastrophe witnessed by one advanced civilization. Geology does not support one recent flood covering the entire planet. It does show that regional floods, sea level changes, river shifts, and coastal disasters affected human communities repeatedly. The debate among scholars concerns how specific environmental events entered oral memory and how long such memories can survive. Some traditions may preserve remarkable echoes of real disasters. Others may use flood imagery because water represents both destruction and renewal. The fifth pattern is departure. The visitor rarely remains to govern forever. He sails away, rises into the sky, disappears into water, enters a mountain, becomes a star, or retreats beyond the known world. This absence creates longing. A teacher who stays becomes an administrator. A teacher who vanishes becomes sacred. Departure also protects the story from contradiction. The visitor cannot be questioned, challenged, or observed growing old. He remains perfect because he is no longer present. Communities may then expect a return. The promise can comfort people during decline. It can also become politically dangerous. A ruler may claim to represent the returning figure. A rebel may announce that the ancient teacher has chosen a new age. A foreign conqueror may be interpreted through expectation shaped by sacred memory. The missing visitor continues influencing history precisely because nobody can confirm his identity. You move between the 8 tables. Each object offers a different version of authority. The clay tablet preserves a decree. The carved gateway shows a radiant central figure. The bone records a royal question. The painted book tracks celestial movement. The canoe carries ancestors across darkness. The temple wall presents divine gifts to a king. The similarities are real, but they do not erase difference. Water beings are not automatically sky gods. Culture heroes are not always created. Ancestors are not identical with visitors from stars. A single theory can become too smooth, polishing away the local meanings that make each tradition valuable. Perhaps the repeated pattern does not reveal one ancient group. Perhaps it reveals one human habit. People look backward and find inheritance. Language is already waiting. Tools already have names. Fields are planted according to rules learned from the dead. Children enter societies filled with knowledge they did not create. From the perspective of every new generation, and civilization truly does arrive from beyond this. It comes through parents, elders, teachers, graves, books, songs, and ceremonies. The source is always partly absent. That absence can become a visitor. Researchers from Stanford, Yale, and Oxford have studied how myths organize social memory. They show that stories can preserve political claims, environmental experience, ritual practice, and collective identity without functioning as literal history. A myth may contain truth without behaving like a report. It can reveal what a society fears, values, and considers sacred. This distinction allows the visitor's traditions to remain meaningful without forcing one explanation upon them. Perhaps some stories preserve historical strangers. Perhaps some describe altered states, visions, or celestial events. Perhaps some emerge from political propaganda. Perhaps others arose independently, because human beings everywhere ask who taught the first teacher. The pattern does not require one answer. Its power comes from repetition. 8 civilizations look toward different horizons and describe knowledge entering from outside ordinary life. The visitor arrives. Order begins. Memory preserves the encounter. Silence follows. You stand beneath the dark archive ceiling while the objects remain still upon their tables. No single fragment proves the hidden timeline. Together, however, they reveal a persistent structure in human imagination. Civilization is remembered not as a lonely invention, but as a meeting. Something comes near. Humanity listens. Then the source withdraws, leaving rules, monuments, warnings, and one unanswered question. Was the visitor truly beyond the world, or merely beyond the limits of what the witnesses understood? You enter a workshop where the first light of morning touches rows of unfinished tools. Stone blades rest beside wooden handles. Clay tablets dry near baskets of grain. A copper chisel lies upon a woven mat, its edge bright against the dust. Nothing here appears miraculous. Everything carries marks of labeur. A potter turns clay with wet hands. A scribe counts jars. A builder tests a line stretched between 2 posts. Nearby, a farmer separates seed for planting. Each action looks simple. Together, they create civilization. The mystery begins when ancient stories describe these skills as gifts delivered by extraordinary teachers. Writing, farming, measurement, law, and architecture appear not as slow discoveries, but as knowledge arriving almost fully formed. This impression has shaped modern speculation. Some observers look at the first cities and imagine a sudden leap. Mud brick settlements become urban centres. Records appear. Temples rise. Labour divides into specialised roles. The transformation seems rapid when viewed across a few pages. Archaeology tells a different story. The changes unfold across many centuries. Small experiments succeed or fail. Communities borrow ideas from neighbours. New tools spread unevenly. Older methods remain in use beside newer ones. Civilization does not awaken in one morning. It gathers. You walk into a granary where workers measure barley into standard containers. The room smells of straw, dust, and stored grain. Light enters through a narrow opening, catching tiny particles suspended in the air. A scribe presses marks into damp clay. The earliest writing systems grow from counting. Communities need to track goods, workers, offerings, debts, and deliveries. Tokens, seals, marks, and numerical signs gradually become more flexible. A grain record becomes a name. A name becomes a statement. A statement becomes a memory that outlives the speaker. Researchers at Yale and the University of Chicago have shown that early writing develops through administrative practice rather than sudden revelation. The process leaves imperfect stages behind. Signs change, meanings shift. Different cities use different forms. That disorder is exactly what the gradual invention looks like. Yet myths often assign writing to one divine teacher. The story is cleaner than the evidence because memory prefers a founder. Nobody can easily celebrate generations of clerks arguing over storage marks. A god with a writing tablet is far more elegant. This compression creates the appearance of sudden knowledge. The same process appears in agriculture. You follow a narrow path into fields where early farmers examine plants. They do not know genetics in a modern scientific sense. They do know which seeds produce larger heads, stronger stalks, sweeter fruit, or better survival. Season after season they select. Tiny choices accumulate, while plants change under human attention. Archaeological research from Stanford and Oxford confirms that domestication often takes long periods. Crops do not transform instantly. Different traits appear at different times, and farming communities continue using wild resources alongside cultivated ones. The first farmers are not following a complete plan. They are experimenting under pressure. Rainfall changes. Animals destroy fields. Seeds fail. Storage attracts insects or purpose. Agriculture offers abundance, but also introduces new forms of risk. A sacred teacher bringing grain turns this uncertain process into a reassuring story. The crop has an origin. The method has authority. The community inherits a tested way of living. The visitor removes the memory of failure. Only the gift remains. One fringe theory argues that ancient crops changed too dramatically to result from ordinary selection. Maize is often presented as an example because its cultivated form differs strongly from its wild ancestor. Botanical evidence shows a long process of human selection, hybridization, and regional adaptation. The transformation is remarkable, but it does not require external engineers. Still, the ancient achievement deserves wonder. Farmers without laboratories reshape entire species through observation. They do it while raising children, surviving droughts, and defending fields from hungry animals. That may be more impressive than a mysterious gift. You move toward a construction site where workers raise a wall. Ropes define straight lines. Wooden levers shift heavy stones. Baskets carry earth. Teams coordinate through shouted instructions and repeated songs. The wall rises slowly. Each block must fit within the larger design. Monumental architecture often appears impossible when the labour behind it becomes invisible. A finished temple all looks like one act, though thousands of actions created it. Quarries preserve extraction marks. Abandoned stones reveal mistakes. Worker settlements contain food remains, broken tools, sleeping areas, and evidence of ordinary life. These traces confirm organisation rather than magic. The debate among scholars concerns how labour was recruited and controlled. Some projects relied upon taxation, seasonal service, religious duty, payment, forced labour, or combinations that changed across time. The monument does not explain whether the worker felt pride, fear, boredom, or resentment. It only preserves the result. Myth replaces that complicated human system with a master builder from beyond. A divine architect provides the plan. A sacred ruler commands the work. The stones obey. The story grants unity where reality contains negotiation. Measurement creates another illusion of impossible advancement. Ancient builders aligned structures with cardinal directions, solar events and stars, mountains, or ritual landscapes. Their precision can seem mysterious because modern people often underestimate sustained observation. A community watching sunrise from the same place across generations learns where it shifts along the horizon. A simple shadow can mark noon. A plumb line establishes vertical direction. Water finds level without philosophical discussion. Geometry begins through practical needs. Fields must be divided. Walls must stand. Channels must carry water. Researchers at Cambridge have demonstrated that early mathematical knowledge often grows from trade, land measurement, construction, and astronomy. Numbers begin in the body. Hands count, steps measure, ropes repair distance. The abstract comes later. Ancient texts may present mathematics as sacred because numbers reveal patterns that seem independent of human desire. 3 remains 3, whether a king approves or not. A measured angle can predict where a wall will meet. A repeating celestial cycle can forecast a season. Such reliability feels like contact with a deeper order. Perhaps this is why mathematical teachers so often possess divine status. They do not merely offer tools, they reveal that the universe can be understood. You enter a room where healers prepare herbs in stone bowls. The scent of bitter leaves, oil, smoke, and resin thickens around you. One healer examines a wound, another listens to a patient's breathing. Ancient medicine combines practical experience with ritual explanation. Some treatments work through observed properties, others rely upon symbolism, prayer, protective objects, or theories of invisible forces. The mixture should not surprise you. Even careful observation develops inside a cultural worldview. Medical texts from several ancient societies record symptoms, remedies, and patterns of illness. They also invoke divine powers and supernatural causes. Knowledge does not separate neatly into science and religion. It grows where both overlap. A legendary healer may become a divine visitor because successful treatment appears almost impossible. Someone reduces fever, sets a broken limb, or recognizes a poisonous plant. The patient survives. The healer seems touched by another realm. One quirky tradition credits certain medical teachers with knowledge learned from serpents. The serpent changes skin, survives hidden underground, and carries venom that can kill or, in controlled use, heal. Its body becomes a symbol of renewal and dangerous wisdom. The image lasts because medicine itself remains double-edged. A substance can cure in one dose and kill in another. Knowledge from legend protects, correctly used. The open scholarly debate concerns whether some legendary teachers preserve memories of real specialists whose reputations expanded after death. A gifted physician can become a culture hero. A school of healers can gather under one sacred founder. Several centuries of practice can be attributed to one impossible lifetime. The same pattern affects law. You enter a court where elders hear a dispute over land, debt, or inheritance. No lightning descends. No heavenly voice speaks. People argue. Witnesses remember differently. Custom must be interpreted. Yet legal traditions often claim divine origin because law requires authority stronger than individual preference. A ruler may say the gods entrusted justice to him. A code may be displayed beneath an image of sacred approval. The message is clear. These rules do not belong merely to the present king. They belong to order itself. Historical evidence shows that laws develop through custom, royal decisions, local practice, economic pressure, and social conflict. They are revised because society changes. Myth hides revision. It presents law as complete at the moment of delivery. That image protects stability, though reality continues moving underneath it. You leave the court and return to the workshop. The potter has finished several vessels. The scribe has filled another tablet. The farmer has chosen seed for the next season. No visitor stands among them. Yet every worker inherits techniques from someone absent. A hand position comes from a teacher. A measurement comes from older builders. A planting time comes from generations who watched rain and stars. Knowledge feels sudden because the learner receives the result, not the centuries of trial. A child sees the finished method. The failures have the bars have disappeared. Perhaps ancient civilizations describe teachers from beyond because inheritance always arrives mysteriously. You awaken within a world already organized by dead people. They built the roads. They named the stars. They decided which plants were food. They created signs that speak from clay. The past visits the present through every useful habit. The hidden truth may not be that knowledge descended from another planet. It may be that knowledge always descends from lives no longer visible. Human beings receive civilization as a gift, even when countless human hands created it. Rain begins as a faint tapping upon leaves, then thickens into a steady curtain. You stand beside a swollen river while wind presses cold water against your face. Branches, baskets, reeds, and fragments of roofing drift past in the brown current. The banks have vanished. Fields lie beneath moving water. People gather upon higher ground, holding children, tools, food, and whatever sacred objects they manage to carry. Behind them, walls soften and collapse. Grain stores split open. Animals gee from flooded enclosures. The familiar world is disappearing. Ancient traditions often place visitors near such moments of destruction. A flood comes first. Darkness covers the land, fire falls, crops fail, cities weaken. Then a teacher appears. Sometimes the visitor warns a chosen family. Sometimes a divine being provides plans, seeds, laws, or instructions for survival. In other accounts, the teacher arrives only when the catastrophe has passed. The world must be rebuilt. This pattern gives disaster a purpose. Origin becomes the threshold between one age and another. The visitor does not enter an ordinary society. The visitor enters a broken one. You climb toward a stone shelter above the floodplain. Inside, families sit close together, wrapped in damp cloth. Smoke gathers beneath the roof because the firewood is wet. Nobody knows whether the water will rise again. A disaster changes how people listen. Under peaceful conditions, an unfamiliar traveller may be ignored. During collapse, anyone carrying knowledge becomes valuable. Someone who recognizes safe ground matters. Someone who knows how to preserve seed matters. Someone who understands clean water, shelter, weather, or disease may seem touched by powers beyond ordinary humanity. Survival enlarges authority. This simple fact may stand beneath many visitor stories. A skilled stranger arrives when local knowledge fails. He teaches a damaged community how to continue. Generations later, the stranger becomes radiant, immortal, or descended from heaven. The crisis remains. The human face becomes divine. Mesopotamian flood traditions provide one of the clearest examples. Clay tablets describe a great inundation sent against humanity. A god secretly warns one man and gives instructions for building a vessel. The survivor gathers family, craftspeople, animals, and supplies. Rain and violent waters destroy the settled world. When calm returns, the vessel rests upon high ground. Birds are released to search for dry land. Offerings are made. Human life begins again beneath altered conditions. Researchers at leading universities have studied these texts alongside evidence for severe flooding within ancient river systems. Archaeology confirms that destructive floods occurred in southern Mesopotamia at different times. No single excavated layer proves one universal event.
Rivers change course.
Settlements flood unevenly. A local disaster can feel global to those whose entire known world lies beneath water. The scholarly debate concerns whether specific flood deposits influence particular stories, or whether repeated disasters gradually merged into one sacred account. Memory does not preserve every storm separately. It gathers them. Several floods become the flood. The survivor becomes the survivor. A complicated environmental history becomes one night when the world nearly ends. You hear thunder rolling across the valley. The sound continues long after the lightning fades. In darkness, distance becomes uncertain. A river can seem endless. Rain can feel permanent. This emotional truth matters. Ancient storytellers did not need to measure a flood across continents for it to destroy creation. If every field, house, temple, grave, and road disappears, the world has ended in every practical sense. The survivor enters a new landscape. He carries old knowledge into unfamiliar silence. That role can resemble a visitor from another age. He remembers names nobody else. He understands customs belonging to drowned cities. He preserves seeds, tools, songs, and laws from a vanished society. To children born later, he comes from a world beyond reach. He is not merely old, he is evidence that another human order existed. Some fringe theories suggest flood legends preserve the collapse of an advanced civilization destroyed by sudden planetary disaster. Supporters point towards stories of lost islands, drowned kingdoms, and teachers arriving among survivors. Archaeological evidence does show that sea levels rose dramatically after the last ice age. Coastlines shifted, lowlands vanished, human groups moved inland. These changes occurred across long periods, though local events could be abrupt. Storm surges, earthquakes, landslides, and collapsing natural barriers may have produced devastating regional floods. None of this proves a forgotten global empire. It does reveal a world repeatedly transformed by water. A community living near an ancient shoreline might watch the sea advance across generations. Homes move, graves are abandoned, familiar hunting grounds disappear beneath waves. The final memory may become one catastrophic night, even when the process lasted far longer. Story compresses slow danger into a moment the heart can understand. Flood is not the only catastrophe. You leave the river and enter a land beneath a dim red sky. Dust covers the leaves. The sun appears weak behind smoke. No rain has fallen for months. Wells shrink into muddy pits. Livestock wander farther each day. Grain prices rise. Families leave villages carrying bundles toward uncertain destinations. Drought rarely produces one dramatic image. It empties the world slowly. A failed harvest can be survived. Several failed harvests can end a kingdom. Archaeologists studying ancient climate have found evidence that prolonged dry periods contributed to social stress in several regions. Political systems depending upon predictable crops, taxation, and water management become vulnerable when rainfall patterns change. Yet climate alone does not destroy civilizations. Leadership, warfare, trade disruption, inequality, local adaptation, and population movement also matter. The open scholarly question concerns how these forces interact. A dry century may weaken one society while another reorganizes successfully. Disaster does not act alone. Still, later traditions may remember the crisis through a visitor who restores order, a stranger teaches new irrigation methods, a leader relocates the population, a priest introduces ceremonies meant to bring rain, a migrating group brings drought-resistant crops. Each solution can become sacred in memory. The teacher appears because the old system failed. Fire creates another threshold. You enter a settlement beneath falling ash. Roof beams crack within burning houses. Clay walls glow orange. People run toward open ground carrying jars. Children and household gods. Fire destroys quickly, but it also preserves strangely. Tablets harden. Seeds char. Walls bake. Archaeologists sometimes discover entire moments sealed beneath burned debris. A destroyed archive can survive more clearly than a peaceful one. This is history's quiet cruelty. Ruin protects evidence. Later generations may rebuild upon the same site, unaware that names, meals, tools, and hurried decisions remain trapped below. A returning survivor knows where streets once ran. He can point toward buried wells and temple foundations. To newcomers, this knowledge seems impossible. He remembers an invisible city. Such a person may become a founder, guide, or visitor from the dead. Earthquakes deepen this mystery. The ground moves without warning, stone walls split, springs change course, coastlines rise or sink. A calm harbour can become a field of wreckage within minutes. Ancient people often interpret earthquakes as divine anger, cosmic struggle, or the movement of powerful beings below the earth. A teacher arriving after such destruction may establish new building practices or sacred rules. The instruction gains authority because disaster has already proved the old order unsafe. Do not build there. Do not neglect that ritual. Do not ignore the sea when it withdraws. Practical memory can hide inside sacred warning. One unusual tradition found in several coastal cultures tells of animals behaving strangely before disaster. Birds leave, dogs refuse food, sea creatures appear where they do not belong. Modern researchers continue studying whether animals detect subtle vibrations, pressure changes, or sounds before earthquakes. The evidence remains mixed. Yet ancient observers would certainly notice unusual behavior and preserve it within stories. A visitor might even take animal form. The warning arrives through a bird, serpent, fish, or dog because the creature senses what humans cannot. Knowledge comes from beyond the human mind. You stand upon a coast where the sea is drawn back farther than anyone remembers. Fish struggle upon exposed sand. Children approach curiously. Elders shout for them to run uphill. The horizon darkens. Water returns as a moving wall. There is little time. Those who survive may preserve one instruction above all others. When the sea retreats, climb. Centuries later, the warning may belong to a god who once visited the ancestors. The sacred foreman ensures that people remember. A plain practical sentence becomes part of ritual memory because ritual lasts longer than explanation. This may be one reason catastrophe and visitors remain joined. Disaster destroys records, institutions, and specialists. Knowledge must cross the break through whoever survives. The survivor becomes a bridge. A wandering teacher becomes an archive. A sacred visitor becomes the voice of a world that no longer exists. You return to higher ground as the rain begins to weaken. The flooded plain reflects a pale morning sky. Broken roofs protrude from the water. Smoke rises from a distant ridge where survivors have gathered. Someone begins dividing food. Someone searches for dry wood. Someone tells the children where the village once stood. The first story of renewal has already begun. Perhaps the visitors were remembered gods who warned humanity. Perhaps they were migrants carrying skills into shattered regions. Perhaps they were elders who survived a ball long enough to rebuild. It's possible that catastrophe itself created the need for visitors, because broken societies look outward for explanations and guidance. When the old world fails, authority must come from somewhere else. From a mountain, from a vessel, from a star, from the memory of those who lived before the water rose. The visitor arrives carrying more than knowledge. The visitor carries continuity. The road narrows through a landscape of broken hills and pale stone. You walk beneath a sky washed clean by the cold wind. No city stands nearby. Only scattered foundations, dry grass, and a line of dark trees mark where people once lived. The silence invites a dangerous question. Who were the visitors? Ancient accounts rarely provide one stable answer. A figure may be called a god in one tradition, an ancestor in another, and a king in a later retelling. Identity shifts as memory travels. A teacher becomes divine because no ordinary person seems worthy of the achievement. A conqueror becomes monstrous because his arrival brought fear. A survivor becomes immortal because his knowledge belongs to a vanished world. The same visitor can change with every generation. You enter a ruined hall where faded images remain upon the walls. One figure carries a staff. Another wears a horned crown. A third stands inside a circle of stars. Modern viewers instinctively search for categories. Is this a priest? Is this a ruler? Is this a being from another world? Ancient artists were not always interested in separating those roles. Sacred power, political authority, ancestry, and cosmic meaning could occupy the same body. A king might represent a god during ritual. A priest might wear the face of an animal. A dead ancestor might become a protective presence. The visitor may therefore be less like one person and more like a position between worlds. This possibility makes certainty difficult. Fringe theories often begin by choosing one interpretation and applying it everywhere. A crown becomes a helmet. A sacred boat becomes a craft. A beam of sunlight becomes an engine. The pattern appears convincing because unfamiliar symbols can resemble familiar technology. Yet resemblance is not proof. Human minds are skilled at finding known shapes inside uncertain images. Clouds become faces. Stars become hunters. Carvings become machines. The desire for recognition can quietly replace evidence. Still, complete dismissal creates another problem. Ancient people sometimes encountered strangers whose abilities genuinely exceeded local expectations. A distant navigator could cross waters nobody nearby understood. A metalworker could produce tools that seemed impossible. An astronomer could predict an eclipse with unsettling accuracy. The stranger did not need to come from another planet. He only needed to come from beyond the local horizon. You leave the ruined hall and follow a track toward the sea. A narrow ship appears offshore, moving beneath a square sail. Its crew knows currents, wind, stars, and distant ports. They carry glass, metal, dyed cloth, carved seals, and stories from kingdoms invisible to the people watching from shore. Such arrivals occurred throughout ancient history. Merchants connected distant communities. Refugees carried customs into unfamiliar lands. Soldiers entered regions where their weapons and clothing appeared strange. Religious specialists crossed borders with rituals, calendars, and sacred texts. A visitor from far away could easily acquire supernatural qualities in local memory. His ship might become a vessel from heaven. His foreign language might become divine speech. His departure across the sea might become ascent into the sky. Researchers at universities including Oxford and Yale have examined how myths absorb memories of migration and contact. Stories often preserve emotional truth even when names, distances, and chronology change. A community remembers that strangers arrived. It remembers that they brought something powerful. It forgets exactly where they came from. That empty space becomes sacred. The scholarly debate remains open concerning how long oral traditions can retain recognizable traces of historical events. Some accounts appear to preserve migrations across many generations. Others change quickly under political pressure. Religious conversion or contact with new storytellers. Memory is not a sealed container. It is a living negotiation. Every retelling protects something and alters something. You pause beside the harbour as workers unload jars from the ship. One jar contains oil. Another contains wine. A third holds seeds from a warmer region. The most important gift may look completely ordinary. New crops can transform survival. New animals can change transport. New tools can alter warfare, farming, and social rank. The visitor who introduces such things may later become a culture hero. His identity expands because the consequences of his arrival outlive his name. This suggests one possibility. The visitors were human travellers remembered through sacred language. Yet another possibility waits within the ruins. They may have been survivors. Imagine a coastal settlement destroyed by earthquake and flood. A small group escapes carrying maps, rituals, tools, and technical knowledge. They reach a less complex community inland. To the inhabitants, these survivors seem extraordinary. They know how to measure land, build strong walls, preserve grain, and organize labour. They speak of a drowned city filled with monuments. Their memories sound impossible. Their authority grows because catastrophe has made them rare. Generations later, the survivors become people from a lost age. Their homeland becomes a kingdom beneath the sea. Their knowledge becomes a gift from beyond the human world. No advanced global civilization is required. Only uneven development and sudden destruction. Archaeology confirms that ancient societies often existed at very different levels of organization within neighboring regions. A large city could stand only days from small villages. When political centers collapsed, specialists dispersed. Scribes, builders, priests, farmers, and craftspeople carried knowledge elsewhere. This serpender can create the appearance of sudden instruction. The teacher arrives because his own world has disappeared. He looks like a visitor, but he's also a refugee. A quieter possibility concerns altered states of consciousness. You enter a dark sanctuary where smoke curls beneath a low ceiling. Drums repeat a slow rhythm. A ritual specialist fasts, chants, and waits. The body changes under exhaustion, pain, incense, isolation, or powerful plants. Visions appear. A förstörelse does the mind wearing light, feathers, scales, or stars. The encounter feels external because it arrives with overwhelming presence. Many cultures treat such experiences as genuine contact with spirits, gods, or ancestors. Modern science can describe changes in perception without deciding the ultimate meaning of the vision. The experience remains real to the person who undergoes it. A visitor seen in ritual may then influence law, art, healing, or political decisions. The being enters history through belief. One quirky account from several ancient traditions describes teachers appearing in dreams with instructions for medicine, building, or ritual. The sleeper wakes and acts. A temple is constructed. A remedy is prepared. A journey begins. Dreams offer the most ordinary form of visitation from beyond familiar reality. Everyone enters them, yet nobody fully controls who appears there. A dead parent can speak. A stranger can offer warning. A city can exist where no road leads. Perhaps some sacred visitors began as dream figures whose messages proved useful. The successful instruction survived. The failed dreams were forgotten. Another possibility moves farther from accepted history. What if the visitors were genuinely non-human intelligences? No confirmed archaeological evidence demonstrates contact with beings from another world. No verified artifact requires materials, manufacturing methods, or knowledge beyond ancient human capability. That absence matters. Extraordinary claims demand evidence stronger than resemblance and mystery. Still, the universe is vast. Modern astronomy has discovered planets around many stars, and researchers continue debating how often life might arise. Possibility, however, is not the same as historical proof. A civilization could exist elsewhere without ever visiting Earth. A story could describe heavenly beings without recording physical travelers. The gap between those statements is enormous. Speculation becomes most useful when it remains honest about that gap. You step away from the sanctuary and return to open air. The moon hangs above the hills. A fox crosses the road, pauses, then disappears among stones. Perhaps the visitors were gods. That answer depends upon faith and cannot be settled by excavation alone. Perhaps they were ancestors, elevated through ritual memory. Perhaps they were travellers, refugees, rulers, priests, or inventors whose differences became supernatural over time. Perhaps they were visions carrying the authority of the unseen world. Perhaps some stories combine all these origins. One teacher may begin as a human navigator. His descendants turn him into a founding king. Priests connect him with a star. Later artists give him wings. Foreign chroniclers misunderstand the wings as literal anatomy. Modern writers reinterpret them as equipment. The visitor changes again. This layered process may explain why the stories feel both familiar and unreachable. Each age adds its own understanding, while the earliest identity sinks deeper beneath the interpretation. You reach the crest of a hill where the sea reflects a path of moonlight. The ship has vanished beyond the horizon. Nothing remains except a few footprints near the harbour and objects left behind. A bright bead, a metal hook, a seed from another coast. The evidence is small, but the consequences may be immense. A visitor does not need to remain. He only needs to alter what people believe is possible. Perhaps the most unsettling answer is not that the visitors were gods or travellers. Perhaps they were ordinary beings seen at an extraordinary moment, when one world encountered another and lacked the language to describe what stood between them. The names changed. The memory remained. Night settles over a stone platform built above a sleeping city. You climb the final steps and find several observers waiting beneath the stars. Their robes move lightly in the wind. Clay lamps burn near baskets containing cords, tablets, marked bones, and simple measuring tools. Nababi speaks at first. The sky requires patience. A bright planet hangs low in the west. The moon approaches a familiar group of stars. Along the eastern horizon, a constellation rises exactly where experienced watchers expected it. To modern eyes, the scene may appear peaceful. To ancient observers, it reveals structure. The heavens move according to patterns. Stars return, seasons repeat, the moon changes shape, vanishes, and returns. Planets wander, pause, reverse direction, and resume their paths. Order exists above human confusion. This discovery shaped many ancient descriptions of visitors. Heavenly beings rarely arrive from a meaningless sky. They come from an organized realm divided into paths, levels, houses, gates, or regions. Their movements follow cycles. Their appearances occur at appointed times. Their authority grows from belonging to a system larger than any kingdom. You stand near an observer who raises a cord toward two stars. He compares their positions with a mark carved into the platform. His method is simple, but his attention is exact. Observation repeated across generations becomes prediction. Prediction becomes power. A priest who knows when a bright planet will return can prepare ceremonies before others notice the change. A court astronomer who expects an eclipse can advise the ruler. Knowledge of the sky makes hidden order visible. The visitor from heaven may therefore represent more than an individual being. The visitor may be an agent within a celestial administration. Ancient societies often imagined the cosmos through familiar political structures. Kings ruled courts. Officials kept records. Messengers carried commands. Judges settled disputes. The sky could be understood in similar terms. A high god presided. Lesser powers governed winds, rivers, stars, birth, death, disease, and harvest. Divine messengers crossed boundaries. Human rulers received authority through this heavenly order. The universe became a kingdom. This pattern does not mean ancient people lacked imagination. It shows how the human mind uses known structures to understand invisible ones. A shepherd imagines the gods guiding flocks. A palace society imagines a divine's court. A trading culture imagines cosmic exchange. A military state imagines ranks, commands, and heavenly armies. The visitors resemble the systems that preserve their stories. You look upward as several stars disappear behind a thin cloud. A temple record confirms that many ancient observers tracked celestial events over long periods. Their notes were not always written for pure curiosity. The sky carried political meaning. An eclipse might threaten a king. A comet could signal disorder. The appearance of a planet might favour war, marriage, harvest, or ritual. Celestial interpretation joined astronomy with divination. The observer did not merely ask where a light would appear. He asked what its appearance meant. This combination can seem strange to modern readers, who often separate physical measurement from sacred interpretation. Ancient specialists did not always recognize that division. A planet could be both a visible object and the manifestation of a divine power. Its movement could be calculated while its intentions were debated. Fact and meaning occupied the same ski. Researchers at Oxford and the University of Chicago have examined surviving astronomical records from Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and the Mediterranean world. These records show generations of careful observation, correction, and comparison. The precision developed gradually. Mistakes remained. Predictions improved. Different traditions organized the heavens according to their own calendars and sacred concerns. The evidence reveals disciplined human work rather than knowledge delivered without effort. Yet the resulting system could easily appear in myth as a gift from celestial teachers. The sky is too large for one lifetime. No single observer watches a complete cycle lasting centuries. Knowledge must pass through Onyo. A young apprentice inherits records made by people long dead. He adds his observations and leaves them for someone not yet born. The system itself seems immortal. The visitor may personify that continuity. A star god returns because records say the light will return. A heavenly messenger appears at intervals because generations have preserved the pattern. You descend into a chamber where painted circles cover the walls. The circles contain animals, boats, human figures, plants, and geometric signs. Each symbol marks a portion of the year or a region of the heavens. Calendars do more than count days. They coordinate society. Farmers need planting seasons. Officials need tax dates. Priests need festivals. Sailors need winds. Pastoral communities need migration cycles. A shared calendar allows thousands of people to act together. This is an invisible form of architecture. It builds order out of time. Many traditions attribute calendars to sacred teachers because control of time resembles control of life itself. The teacher explains when to sow, celebrate, mourn, travel, or begin war. He divides ordinary days from sacred days. He names the moments when boundaries weaken. On certain nights, ancestors approach. At certain festivals, gods enter statues. At certain celestial alignments, rulers renew authority. The visitor does not appear randomly. The system opens a gate. One fringe interpretation claims that repeated references to heavenly gates describe physical portals used by advanced travellers. Ancient art sometimes shows gods standing within rings, doorways, winged discs, or radiant frames. These images can look technological when removed from ritual context. Most historians interpret them through established symbols of divinity, kingship, solar power, or sacred transition. Still, the gate remains important. A doorway marks a change in status. You are outside, then inside. You are ordinary, then initiated. You are living, then dead. A heavenly gate expresses movement between conditions that cannot normally touch. The visitor crosses because the visitor belongs to both sides. The scholarly discussion remains open concerning how much ancient celestial imagery emerged from direct observation and how much came from inherited symbolic systems. A rare comet may inspire a new story. An old myth may shape how that comet is understood. A meteor shower may become an army of spirits. A bright conjunction may confirm a prophecy already known. Observation and expectation influence each other. People see the sky through stories. Stories change when the sky surprises them. You return to the platform as the observers begin marking the position of a planet. The light appears steady. Unlike the flickering stars around it, it moves against the background over many nights, then seems to stop and reverse. Without understanding planetary motion, the behavior can look intentional. The wanderer approaches. The wanderer hesitates. The wanderer retreats. A planet becomes a traveller because its movement resembles choice. Several ancient cultures associated planets with powerful divine figures. Their brightness, colour, speed, and cycles contributed to distinct personalities. One moved slowly and carried age. Another burned red and suggested conflict. Another shone brilliantly near dawn or evening and gathered stories of beauty, desire, warfare, or renewal. The visitor from beyond may therefore begin as light given character. Humans do this naturally. We assign intention to movement. A branch tapping a window becomes a hand. A shadow becomes a watcher. A wandering point of light becomes a being crossing the heavens. Yet these imagined beings often follow strict schedules. Their myths contain numbers. Days, months, years, or reigns, ages, and repeated destructions form hidden frameworks beneath the stories. Some traditions divide existence into successive worlds. Each world ends through imbalance, divine decision, or catastrophe. A new creation follows. Humanity may appear several times, made from different materials or placed under different rules. The visitors belong to this repeating structure. They arrive when one cycle closes. They restore knowledge when another begins. This is not ordinary linear history. It is cosmic recurrence. You sit upon the cool stone and listen as an elder explains a sequence of ages. The first age belongs to remote beings, The second belongs to giants, ancestors, or heroic rulers. The third contains the establishment of law. The present age is weaker, shorter, and farther from sacred to origins. This pattern appears in several civilizations because people often imagine the past as more powerful than the present. Ancient monuments already looked ancient. Old languages sounded sacred. Forgotten technologies inspired exaggerated memory. Distance enlarged the ancestors. A ruined city became the work of giants because ordinary people could not imagine their own kind building it. The hidden timeline stretches backward through declining ages until humanity seems almost accidental. This creates a slightly unsettling possibility. Humans are not always the centre of ancient cosmology. They may be late arrivals. They may inherit a world already occupied by gods, spirits, animals, monsters, and ancestral races. The visitors do not enter an empty creation. They belong to an older order. Human beings receive limited knowledge from them, often under conditions. Do not cross this boundary. Do not open this container. Do not eat from this tree. Do not speak the sacred name carelessly. Knowledge brings responsibility. Failure brings separation. The system explains why the visitors withdraw. Humanity is not ready. The age has changed. Beyond it's changed. The gate has closed. The proper cycle has ended. You watch the bright planet sink toward the horizon. Its light touches the edge of the world, then disappears. Nothing dramatic follows. The observers quietly record the moment. They know it will return. Perhaps the repeated visitors are celestial bodies transformed into teachers, rulers, and messengers by generations of watching. Perhaps the stories preserve institutions that organize time through sacred authority. Perhaps the heavens provided a model for earthly order because their movements seemed calmer than human politics. It's possible that the hidden system lies not in machines or forgotten empires, but in cycles. The visitor comes because the sky returns. The teacher speaks because the calendar opens. The age ends because every pattern eventually reaches its final mark. Above the silent city, the stars continue moving through paths measured long ago. They offer no explanation. They simply return, carrying the appearance of intention and the unsettling promise that every departure may already contain another arrival. You stand inside a dim temple courtyard while dawn gathers behind the eastern wall. The stones beneath your feet remain cool from the night. Oil lamps flicker beside baskets of grain, jars of water, woven cloth, and small figures shaped from clay. A priest moves quietly between the offerings. Nothing is wasted. Each object has a place, a purpose, and an expected recipient. Bread belongs upon one table. Incense belongs within one vessel. Water must be poured in a particular direction. The arrangement reveals an ancient idea. Human beings exist within a system of service. Many traditions describe humanity as created, instructed, or organized to perform necessary work. People cultivate land, maintain temples, feed sacred powers, honor ancestors, and preserve this order established by beings who came before them. This role can sound humble. It can also sound unsettling. Civilization may not exist only for human comfort. In several ancient accounts, humanity enters a world already governed by divine needs, celestial laws, and older beings. People inherit obligations before they understand them. You watch workers approaching the courtyard with baskets balanced upon their shoulders. They bring barley, dates, oil, wool, fish, and fruit. Scribes record quantities upon damp clay. Porters carry goods into storerooms. The temple functions as a sacred center, but also as an economic institution. Fields support it. Workshops supply it. Herds, boats, and laborers remain connected to it as daily life. Records from ancient Mesopotamia confirm that temples managed land, goods, workers, and ritual offerings. These institutions varied across cities and centuries, yet many stood at the center of organized production. Myth gives this labor a cosmic explanation. Humanity works because work belongs to the structure of creation. In one ancient account, lesser divine beings grow tired of heavy labour. They dig channels, maintain the land, and protest against their burden. Human beings are then formed to take over the work. The story does not present humanity as the first concern of existence. People are created as a solution. They relieve older beings. They maintain the world. Such a beginning feels very different from the comforting idea that everything was made for human enjoyment. You can almost hear gentle sarcasm in the arrangement. The universe appears magnificent, and your assigned task is irrigation. Yet the story contains more than humiliation. Work grants humanity a role within sacred order. Farming, building, cooking, cleaning, and offering become necessary acts rather than meaningless repetition. The ordinary supports the divine. A loaf of bread matters because gods, ancestors, priests, workers, and families depend upon systems of exchange. Daily labour joins earth with heaven. You leave the courtyard and enter a field where farmers guide wooden ploughs through dark soil. Oxen lean into their harnesses, birds follow behind, searching the opened earth. The air smells of mud, sweat, dung, and crushed plants. The work is so. A sacred creation story may describe humanity in a single moment, but actual human survival depends upon countless repeated actions. Seed must be selected. Channels must be cleared. Animals must be watched. Tools must be repaired. The visitor who teaches agriculture does not simply provide food. The visitor assigns responsibility. Knowledge, he creates, Once a community knows how to cultivate grain, it must preserve seed for the next season. Once it understands irrigation, someone must maintain the canals. A gift can become a permanent obligation. This pattern appears in many sacred traditions. Fire requires tending. Writing requires scribes. Law requires judges. Astronomy requires observers. Ritual requires trained memory. Every civilizing gift creates a group whose identity depends upon maintaining it. The teacher departs, but the work remains. Perhaps this is one reason ancient societies preserve such careful instructions. The visitor establishes not only knowledge, but offices. Priests inherit ritual. Kings inherit judgment. Healers inherit remedies. Craftspeople inherit guarded techniques. Humanity becomes divided by tasks connected to sacred origins. You enter a royal workshop where sculptors shape stone figures beneath high windows. One artisan polishes a face until the surface reflects light. Another carves hands resting upon the knees. The figure represents an ideal ruler. His posture is still, his eyes are wide. His body shows no sign of exhaustion, though thousands work in his name. Kingship often claims a special place within humanity's assigned role. The ruler may stand between gods and people. He maintains justice, protects boundaries, supports temples, and performs ceremonies necessary for fertility and order. When the river floods properly, the king receives praise. When drought arrives, his sacred authority can become dangerous. A ruler who claims cosmic power also accepts cosmic blame. Ancient inscriptions frequently describe kings as shepherds chosen by divine powers. The metaphor presents subjects as a flock requiring protection, guidance, and control. A good shepherd provides water and none safety. A bad shepherd consumes the flock. The open scholarly debate concerns how sincerely rulers and subjects understood such claims. Official inscriptions present ideal kingship, not ordinary political reality. A monument may call a ruler merciful while prisons remain full. A hymn may praise universal peace during active warfare. The sacred role reveals what power wished to appear as, though not always what it truly was. Still, the belief matters. People act according to symbols, even when those symbols hide contradiction. You pass into a chamber where a small statue stands before a larger divine image. The human figure raises both hands. Its body is tiny compared with the seated god above it. Scale communicates hierarchy. The divine being occupies the greater space. the human approaches, listens, offers, and waits. In several ancient traditions, humans are fashioned from earth, clay, blood, breath, tears, grain, or divine substance. Each material explains something about human nature. Clay makes people fragile. Breath gives life. Blood connects them with sacred power. Grain links them with the cycle of growth and death. Tears suggest sorrow at the beginning. Creation stories rarely describe anatomy alone. They explain why humans behave as they do. Why are people mortal? Why do they desire knowledge? Why must they work? Why do they disobey? Why do they resemble gods yet remain vulnerable? A fringe interpretation treats references to divine blood or essence as descriptions of biological engineering. According to this theory, advanced visitors altered early humans for labour or administration. No confirmed evidence supports such a process. Ancient creation language is symbolic, theological, and poetic. Blood can represent life, kinship, sacrifice, or inherited authority without describing a laboratory. Yet the theory attracts attention because the original stories already contain hierarchy. Older beings create workers. Knowledge is restricted.
Humanity serves the system it did. It did not, did then.
The modern interpretation changes divine craft into technology, but preserves the ancient unease. You enter a house where a family prepares food for an ancestral ceremony. A woman arranges small portions of rice, fruit, or bread upon a low table. A child watches carefully, learning where each object belongs. The dead remain part of the household. They receive remembrance, food, names, and respect. In return, they may offer protection, identity, and continuity. Humanity's role is not only service to gods above, it also includes service to those who came before. A person belongs within a chain of obligations extending in both directions. Parents care for children. Children later care for aging parents. The living honour the dead. The dead legitimize the living. Future generations will repeat the pattern. This structure gives life meaning, though it can also feel heavy. Nobody begins alone. You inherit duties attached to family, land, profession, gender, rank, and ritual. Ancient societies often understood freedom differently from modern individual ideals. A good life meant fulfilling the right relationships. Identities are judged through belonging. The visitor's tradition strengthened this system by placing its origin beyond human debate. Customs are followed because ancestors received them from sacred teachers. The rule is older than memory. That phrase can end many arguments. You return outdoors as the sun rises over fields and rooftops. Smoke lifts from cooking fires, gates open, animals move towards the pasture. Workers cross the city carrying tools. Humanity continues its assigned tasks. Perhaps people were imagined as servants because ancient life depended upon cooperation and exhausting labour. Perhaps sacred stories justified institutions that benefited temples and rulers. Perhaps they also transformed hardship into purpose. A canal worker could believe his labour maintained cosmic order. A mother preparing an offering could believe her household participated in creation. A scribe copying old instructions could feel the breath of a divine teacher moving through his hand. It is possible that the visitors gave humanity no single purpose. Different societies shaped the answer according to their needs. Some said humans feed the gods. Some said humans preserve justice. Some said humans honour ancestors. Some said humans learn, suffer, reproduce, and return to the earth. The unsettling idea remains that humanity enters the story late. The world already has weird rules. The visitors already possess knowledge. People receive a place, but not complete control. You stand beside the temple gate as the final lamp is extinguished. Daylight has made it unnecessary. The offerings remain inside. The workers return to fields, workshops, courts, kitchens, and roads. The sacred teacher is absent, yet the system continues through human hands. Perhaps this is humanity's deepest role within the old stories. Not ruler of everything, not accidental dust, a caretaker placed between memory and uncertainty, maintaining a world inherited from beings who have already withdrawn. Evening gathers around a ruined sanctuary at the edge of a dry valley. You pass beneath a doorway carved with figures whose faces have nearly vanished. Wind has polished the stone. Sand rests inside the grooves where painted details once gave the visitors eyes. Clothing, and names. The chamber beyond is empty. No priest waits there. No offering smoke rises. Only a small opening on the roof allows one pale shaft of light to reach the floor. Many ancient traditions agree upon a curious development. The extraordinary beings do not remain among humanity forever. They depart. Some rise into the heavens, others sail beyond the horizon, descend beneath water, enter mountains, withdraw into forests, or become stars. A few promise to return, others leave only warnings. Their absence becomes as important as their arrival. A visitor who remains visible can be questioned. People can observe his failures, illnesses, anger, aging, and ordinary habits. A visitor who disappears escapes such examination. Distance preserves perfection. The teacher becomes greater after departure because memory removes daily inconvenience. Nobody recalls whether he snored, misplaced tools, or complained about breakfast. Sacred history is often kinder than shared housing. You move deeper into the sanctuary and find a stone seat facing the doorway. Perhaps generations once waited here for an appearance. The expectation of return can shape a community for centuries. Ceremonies repeat the moment of departure. Songs preserve the route taken by the absent figure. Priests watch the sky, sea, or mountain for signs. The visitor remains socially present while physically missing. Absence creates authority. A command spoken by someone nearby may be revised through conversation. A command attributed to a vanished founder becomes harder to alter. The founder cannot approve change. He also cannot object whatever interpreters claim in his name. This gives later rulers and religious specialists considerable powers. They decide what the visitor intended. They explain why he left. They announce the conditions of return. The ancient absence becomes a political resource. Records from royal and temple societies confirm that later leaders often claimed to restore an older sacred order. They presented themselves not as innovators, but as faithful servants repairing what had been neglected. New laws appeared as recovered laws. New rituals became ancient custom. Political reform dressed itself in the clothing of memory. This strategy works because people trust origins. A rule connected with the first teacher seems purer than one invented during a tax dispute. The absent visitor provides an ideal age against which the present can be judged, and you leave the sanctuary and climb toward a ridge overlooking abandoned fields. Stone channels cross the earth, though no water runs through them. Walls divide plots now covered with thorn and dust. A community facing decline may imagine that sacred beings withdrew because humanity failed. The explanation is emotionally powerful. Crops do not fail only because rainfall changes. Enemies do not conquer only because defenses weaken. The gods depart because justice has collapsed. People become greedy. Rulers are silk boy. Rulers ignore sacred duties. Rituals are performed carelessly. The moral failure of society pushes the visitors away. This belief gives catastrophe meaning, but it can also produce fears. Every misfortune becomes evidence of abandonment. A sick child, failed harvest, or military defeat may suggest that the invisible protectors no longer listen. Communities respond with purification, sacrifice, confession, reform, or the removal of leaders blamed for disturbing sacred balance. The visitor's absence therefore regulates behavior. Nobody sees the watcher. Everyone feels watched. A similar idea appears when sacred knowledge is lost. Ancient accounts sometimes describe an earlier age when humans understood animals, spoke directly with divine beings, lived much longer, or possessed abilities no longer available. Then something changes. A boundary closes. Languages multiply. Memory weakens. People. human life becomes shorter. The teacher withdraws, taking complete knowledge away. Only fragments remain. This structure explains why the present world feels incomplete. People inherit ruins they cannot fully interpret. They repeat ceremonies whose first meanings have faded. They speak sacred words preserved through sound, even when ordinary speakers no longer understand them. Loss becomes part of identity. The past appears brighter because so much of it is missing. You kneel beside a fallen inscription. Several lines remain clear, but the lower portion has broken away. The surviving words mention a journey, a command, and a place among the stars. The conclusion is gone. Fragments encourage imagination. A complete text limits interpretation. A damaged one invites reconstruction. This is why lost knowledge attracts both careful scholarship and confident fantasy. Researchers study grammar, material context, related text, and historical setting. They compare small clues patiently, knowing that uncertainty cannot always be removed. Fringe writers often fill the same gaps with one dramatic explanation. A missing line becomes evidence of suppression. An unclear symbol becomes machinery. An unknown name becomes a planet. The result feels satisfying because mystery receives a clean answer. History rarely behaves so politely. The open scholarly debate concerns how traditions of divine withdrawal relate to real political and religious change. A former ruling group may lose authority, causing its gods to seem absent. A temple may be destroyed, interrupting ceremonies that once made divine presence visible. Migration may separate people from sacred landscapes. Foreign conquest may introduce new interpretations. The story of departure can preserve the experience of cultural rupture. When institutions disappear, the beings attached to them seem to leave as well. You descend toward a coastal settlement where evening fires appear between houses. An old story is being told beside the water. The visitor boards a vessel and promises that the descendants will see him again. The listeners know the ending, yet they remain quiet. Return stories create hope because history contains repeated disappointment. A community may endure hunger, conquest, disease, or humiliation while believing the sacred founder will restore justice. This expectation can encourage patience. It can also inspire a rebellion. A leader may claim that signs of return have begun: a rare eclipse, unusual birth, comet, earthquake, or foreign arrival becomes confirmation. The absent teacher enters a brain. Present politics. One unusual feature of such traditions is that strangers may be mistaken for returning sacred figures. Clothing, ships, pale faces, unfamiliar animals, or powerful weapons can resemble details preserved in prophecy. Modern retellings often exaggerate these encounters, reducing complex historical decisions into simple confusion. Evidence usually shows that local people assessed foreigners strategically, not blindly. They negotiated, resisted, observed, and changed their judgments. Still, sacred expectation could shape first impressions. People interpret new arrivals using the stories available to them. A stranger may resemble the old visitor for one dangerous moment. The possibility reveals how memory prepares perception. You hear waves touching the shore. A fishing vessel returns in darkness, guided by a torch near the beach. Families rise as the crew approaches. Ordinary return is one of the most powerful experiences in human life. Someone leaves beyond sight. Time passes. Uncertainty grows. Then a shape appears upon the horizon. The lost person comes back carrying news from elsewhere. Sacred return magnifies this familiar rhythm. The visitor departs across the ultimate horizon and remains expected beyond human generation. Each sunset rehearses the possibility. Each dawn offers another chance. Perhaps the beings withdrew because myths need distance. A sacred teacher cannot remain permanently available without becoming ordinary. Perhaps the departure preserved memories of migrants who continued their journeys, rulers who died, priests who vanished, or communities scattered by disaster. Perhaps the visitors represent celestial bodies whose disappearance and return follow visible cycles. The sun descends. A bright planet vanishes for part of the year. A constellation sinks below the horizon and reappears in another season. Heavenly departure may begin with observation, yet the emotional meaning goes deeper than astronomy. Human life is filled with absence. Parents die, children leave home, cities decline, languages fade. Teachers pass away before every question is asked. People inherit instructions from voices they can no longer consult. The ancient visitor expresses this condition with unusual clarities. Knowledge arrives through someone who will not stay. You walk back towards the ruined sanctuary as darkness covers the valley. The narrow roof opening now reveals one star. Its light touches the stone seat, though nobody sits there. Perhaps the visitors left because humanity disappointed them. Perhaps their work was finished. Perhaps they never departed at all, and only the institutions that made them visible collapsed. It is possible that departure was always the final lesson. Civilizations cannot depend forever upon the teacher. The gift must survive without the giver. The law must endure without the lawgiver. The road must remain when the travellers vanish beyond it. Inside the quiet chamber, nothing moves except dust crossing the beam of starlight. The absence feels almost inhabited. The visitor is gone. Yet every empty seat, repeated ritual, and unfinished inscription continues to shape the living. Perhaps that is the most enduring form of return. Cold air moves through a chamber beneath an ancient mound. You descend by a narrow passage, brushing your hand against stone made smooth by centuries of touch. The scent of dust, mineral damp, and old smoke gathers around you. At the bottom, a doorway opens into darkness. A lamp reveals shelves cut into the walls. Broken vessels stand beside carved seals, bones, beads, and fragments of painted plaster. Nothing appears arranged for modern understanding. The objects belong to different moments. One was placed here during a burial, another entered through a later repair. A third fell from a damaged ceiling long after the chamber was abandoned. The hidden timeline does not present itself in order. It must be reconstructed. This is where mystery becomes difficult. Ancient stories often describe ages before humanity, rulers who reigned for impossible lengths of time, vanished peoples, repeated creations, and visitors who establish order. Modern readers naturally want to place these accounts upon a single line. First came the older beings, then came the teachers, then came humanity, then came catastrophe. The evidence rarely cooperates so neatly. Archaeology reveals layers, but layers can be disturbed. A grave cuts through an older floor. A wall is rebuilt using stones taken from an earlier temple. A sacred object remains in use for hundreds of years. Time becomes folded. You kneel beside a trench where several bands of soil appear under lamplight. The lowest layer contains charcoal and animal bone. Above it lies a packed floor. Then comes ash from destruction. A new wall rises over the ruin. Each band records a different human decision. Excavators study these changes carefully. Pottery styles, building methods, plant remains, inscriptions, and chemical traces help establish relative order. Scientific dating can estimate age, though every method has limits. Radiocarbon measurement works only with once-living material. Tree ring sequences require preserved wood and regional comparison. Heated clay may preserve information about its last firing. No method simply whispers the entire truth. Dates emerge through careful testing, calibration, and debate. Researchers at Oxford, Yale, and several leading American universities have refined methods for comparing archaeological layers with environmental evidence. Their work has shortened some timelines, extended others, and overturned confident assumptions. The past moves whenever better evidence appears. This movement troubles people who prefer ancient history to remain fixed. A revised date can seem like weakness. In reality, correction is one of scholarship's strengths. The hidden timeline becomes clearer because uncertainty is admitted. You pass into another chamber where a carved list of kings survives upon the wall. The earliest rulers possess reigns lasting centuries or even thousands of years. Later kings rule for more believable periods. The pattern suggests a transition. Sacred time gradually approaches historical time. Ancient king lists often combine political record, religious symbolism, regional memory, and claims of legitimacy. A dynasty may connect itself with legendary founders to appear older and more rightful. Numbers can express greatness rather than ordinary duration. A ruler who reigns for thousands of years belongs to a different order of existence. He stands near creation. He is not simply a man with unusually good health. Yet fringe theories sometimes treat these numbers as literal evidence of non-human lifespans. They argue that the earliest rulers were visitors with biology unlike ours. This reading accepts the recorded number while ignoring the symbolic system surrounding it. Ancient mathematics often carried sacred meaning. Certain numbers represented completeness, cosmic order, divine rank, or repeating cycles. A long reign could signal proximity to the gods. The open scholarly question concerns how much historical information survives inside such legendary sequences. Some names may reflect real rulers whose deeds expanded through oral tradition. Others may represent dynasties, offices, cities, or divine figures later treated as individuals. A single name might cover several generations. The timeline may contain people, institutions, and symbols placed side by side as though they belong to one category. You leave the chamber and enter a hall painted with rows of human figures, and some wear feathers, others have animal heads. Several appear much taller than those beside them. Scale invites another kind of misunderstanding. Ancient artists did not always use size to describe physical height. A king appears larger because he possesses greater status. A god towers because divine importance exceeds human importance. A defeated enemy may be shown small beneath the ruler's feet. The image organizes power, not anatomy. Still, traditions of giants appear across many cultures. They inhabit remote mountains, ancient ruins, islands, forests, or ages before ordinary people. They build walls too large for later generations to understand. Giants offer a simple explanation for monuments of eminence whose methods have been forgotten. Surely ordinary hands could not move those stones. Yet ordinary hands did. Quarries preserve tool marks. Ramps, sledges, levers, ropes, and organised labour explain achievements that seem impossible when viewed only in finished form. The giant may represent collective effort compressed into one body. Thousands of workers become one enormous builder. A quirky legend from several regions claims that massive stones moved when builders sang, whistled, or spoke sacred words. No evidence shows sound alone lifting monumental blocks, yet coordinated chanting can synchronize labour. A team pulling together at the same moment produces far greater force than individuals working without rhythm. The magical song may preserve a practical truth. Sound organizes bodies. Bodies move stone. Memory transforms cooperation into enchantment. You continue through the mound until the passage opens beneath the night sky. A broad plain stretches beyond the excavation. Low ridges mark buried walls. To an untrained eye, the land appears empty. Remote sensing has changed that image, that impression. Magnetic surveys, ground-penetrating instruments, aerial photography, and satellite observations can reveal roads, foundations, canals, and field boundaries without immediately disturbing the soil. Entire settlements emerge as patterns beneath crops or desert. These discoveries often inspire claims of hidden civilizations suddenly appearing from nowhere. The truth is quieter. The cities were not invisible to the people who built them. They became invisible through abandonment, erosion, farming, sediment, and time. Modern technology does not create the lost world. It allows faint traces to become legible. Researchers from Stanford and other major institutions have used landscape archaeology to study how settlements connect with roads, water systems, agricultural zones, and trade routes. A city is no longer examined as an isolated monument. It becomes part of a living region. This broader view changes the timelines. Civilization does not exist only where palaces survive. Villages, workshops, seasonal camps, farms, mines, and harbours all contribute. The hidden history belongs as much to ordinary labourers as to kings. You walk across the plain while stars brighten overhead. Somewhere beneath your feet lies a street. Children once ran along it. Merchants argued over prices. A woman carried water home. A worker repaired a door. No inscription records their names. Historical timelines often favour rulers because rulers commission durable records. Ordinary people survive through fingerprints on bricks, worn thresholds, food remains, healed bones, and discarded tools. Their silence can create the illusion that only extraordinary beings shaped civilization. In reality, anonymous lives built nearly everything. The visitors dominate stories because stories prefer memorable figures. Archaeology restores the crowd. One broken cooking pot may reveal trade connections. A cluster of seeds may reveal changing climate. Teeth can preserve traces of diet and migration. Burials may show that people born far away lived and died within the same community. The stranger in ancient tradition may therefore become visible through physical evidence. A person travels hundreds of miles. She brings different habits, clothing, or language. She marries locally. Her children carry blended identities. No heavenly descent is required. The world was already connected. This recognition does not remove mystery, it deepens it. How many journeys vanished because nobody wrote them down? How many teachers crossed deserts, rivers, and seas, leaving only a tool style or unfamiliar grains? How many communities remembered a migrant as a visitor from beyond because the true homeland eventually disappeared from memory? You stop beside a low stone marker where archaeologists have covered an open trench for the night. The Hitotara hidden timeline is not one secret sequence waiting beneath the ground. It is a vast collection of overlapping lives, mythic ages, remembered disasters, royal propaganda, ritual calendars, migrations, dreams, and ordinary invention all occupy the same human past. They cannot be forced into one simple chart without losing their meaning. Perhaps events did occur before known civilization that remain undiscovered. Coastlines now lie beneath water. Wooden settlements decayed. Small communities left little durable evidence. Absence of evidence does not prove that nothing happened. It also does not allow every possibility to become fact. The boundary between openness and belief must remain carefully guarded. You look back toward the mound. The entrance appears as a small black opening in the earth. Inside, broken objects wait beneath layers of sealons. Each discovery changes the shape of what can be known. A date shifts. A settlement grows older. A trade route becomes longer. A supposed centre becomes one part of a wider network. The hidden timeline emerges slowly, not as one revelation, but as thousands of corrections. Perhaps the visitors belong somewhere within those missing intervals. Perhaps they were rulers placed beyond history by sacred memory. Perhaps they were migrants whose journeys became celestial descent. Perhaps they are symbols attached to gaps that evidence has not yet filled. The night remains calm above the plain. Beneath it, walls, graves, hearths, and roads lie in darkness, holding fragments of lives that once seemed ordinary. The hidden truth may be less dramatic than a lost empire, yet far more intimate. Human history is older, denser, and more connected than any surviving record can fully contain. Moonlight rests upon a field of standing stones. You walk between them slowly, feeling cold grass brush against your ankles. Each stone leans at a slightly different angle, as though the whole circle has grown tired. No inscription explains why they were raised. No surviving thought to give us a final meaning. The silence invites you to decide what happened here. This is where certainty becomes seductive. A ruined structure, unusual carving, or ancient story enters the modern world incomplete. The missing portions create space for interpretation. One person sees a temple, another sees an observatory, another sees a landing place for beings from the stars. Each interpretation may begin with the same object, yet each observer carries a different expectation toward it. The ancient mystery becomes a mirror. You stop beside a stone marked by shallow cups and lines. Rainwater gathers inside the carvings, under moonlight. The pattern resembles a constellation, a map, or perhaps nothing more than repeated ritual marks. The human mind dislikes uncertainty. It searches for faces in darkness, voices in wind, and intention inside coincidence. This ability helps people survive. A broken branch may signal danger. A pattern of tracks may reveal prey. A strange movement in grass deserves attention. The same instinct can also produce meaning where evidence remains weak. Psychologists call this tendency pattern recognition. Historians encounter it whenever scattered facts are joined too quickly into one dramatic explanation. 8 traditions mention beings from beyond ordinary human space, that is a real pattern. The difficulty begins when similarity is treated as identity. A river spirit, celestial king, ancestral navigator, dream teacher, and sacred lawgiver may share certain features without describing one historical group. Human cultures often create related ideas because human beings share bodies, fears, environments, and social problems. Everyone watches the sky. Everyone experiences death. Everyone depends upon knowledge received from older generations. Everyone wonders who established the first rules. These common conditions can produce similar stories without direct contact. Yet independent invention is not the only explanation. Ancient communities traded across surprising distances. Sailors carried myths between ports. Soldiers moved symbols across borders. Captives, diplomats, pilgrims, and wandering craftspeople transported beliefs alongside goods. Ideas travel quietly. A foreign god may enter a new region and merge with a local one. A heroic story may acquire different names while preserving its central shape. A divine visitor can cross cultural boundaries without any physical visitor crossing from another world. You leave the stone circle and enter a small library lit by one candle. Copies of ancient texts rest upon a wooden table. None is original. Each passed through scribes, translators, collectors, editors, and modern interpreters. The journey from ancient voice to present reader is long. A damaged tablet may contain missing signs. A word may hold several meanings. A divine name may also describe a star, city, office, or natural force. Translators choose among possibilities. Their choices shape the story you receive. This does not mean translation is unreliable. It means translation is interpretation guided by evidence. Researchers at Yale, Oxford, and the University of Chicago compare grammar, parallel texts, archaeological setting, and historical usage. Their work often corrects older readings that once appeared certain. A single translated phrase can change dramatically when a new inscription reveals how a word was used. Popular theories rarely pause for such revision. They prefer one striking translation. A word meaning heaven becomes outer space. A sacred boat becomes a machine. A shining garment becomes protective equipment. The interpretation may sound possible when isolated from the wider language. Placed back within ritual and literary context, it often becomes less convincing. One quirky example concerns ancient images of figures carrying small containers. Modern viewers sometimes call them technological devices. In many cases, the objects fit known ritual scenes involving water, incense, seeds, purification, or offerings. The object looks mysterious because its original use is unfamiliar. A handbag appears where no handbag belongs. The mind supplies a modern comparison. This habit reveals how easily the present colonizes the past. People imagine ancient visitors using familiar technology because technology defines power in the modern world. Earlier societies imagined power differently. A sacred name could protect a city. A ritual garment could transform identity. A spoken formula could establish legal truth. A carefully timed ceremony could renew kingship. To reduce every symbol into machinery may underestimate the seriousness of ancient religion. The object did not need to contain wires to matter. Belief organized armies, harvests, marriages, punishments, and monumental labor. Symbols changed history because people acted through them. You turn a page showing a winged figure. The wings may suggest flight, speed, divine status, protection, wind, or movement between realms. They do not automatically describe anatomy. Ancient art communicates qualities through combinations impossible in ordinary life. A ruler can appear with animal strength. A deity can hold several weapons at once. A guardian can possess human thought, lion power, and vision. Hybrid bodies express concentrated meaning. Modern realism asks whether such beings physically existed. Ancient symbolic art may be asking what kind of power they represented. The scholarly debate remains open concerning how literally different communities understood their own sacred images. Priests, rulers, craftspeople, and farmers may not have interpreted them identically. Belief varies within every society. Some people accept stories literally, others treat them as ritual truth. Others participate because tradition, family, and politics require it. Ancient populations were not single minds. This complexity makes claims about what an entire civilization believed is purely fragile. You close the book and listen to the candle flame. Perhaps the most attractive modern explanation is the idea of hidden knowledge suppressed by powerful institutions. The claim offers mystery, injustice, and personal awakening at once. Authorities know the truth. Evidence has been concealed. The ordinary reader becomes one of the few will see. This narrative feels satisfying because it transforms uncertainty into conflict. Yet archaeology is not controlled by one secret chamber. Researchers work across countries, languages, universities, museums, laboratories, and independent projects. They disagree openly. New discoveries frequently overturn established ideas because scholars gain recognition by proving older claims incomplete. A genuine artifact demonstrating contact with non-human visitors would not be quietly ignored. It would become one of the most important discoveries in human history. The absence of accepted evidence does not prove suppression. It shows that the available material has not met the necessary standard. That standard matters because ancient objects can be misdated, forged, mistranslated, or removed from context. A dramatic claim requires secure excavation records, reliable testing, and independent confirmation. Without those safeguards, mystery becomes vulnerable to confidence. You return outside. Mist gathers between the standing stones. The moon now hangs lower, making every shadow longer. Skepticism can also become too comfortable. Some people dismiss unusual traditions without studying them. They treat ancient storytellers as confused, childish, or incapable of careful observation. That attitude is equally misleading. Ancient communities possessed detailed knowledge of weather, plants, animals, navigation, medicine, construction, and celestial cycles. Their stories deserve respect. Respect does not require literal acceptance. It requires listening closely enough to understand the questions they were answering. A myth may encode seasonal knowledge. A visitor may represent an ancestral office. A divine battle may preserve political conflict. A sacred journey may describe initiation, migration, or death. Several meanings can exist together. Perhaps a story begins with a historical traveller, gathers ritual symbolism, becomes attached to a star, and later supports royal authority. No single layer cancels the others. The visitor remains powerful because the figure can carry many forms of truth. You place your palm against one of the stones. Its surface feels rough and cold. Lichen grows within cracks too small for your fingers. The people who raised it possessed reasons. Some reasons may be recoverable through excavation, alignment, nearby burials, tools, and environmental evidence. Other reasons are gone. Their disappearance should not be filled carelessly. Uncertainty is not failure. It is an honest boundary. Perhaps the same visitors truly stood behind several traditions. Perhaps distant communities encountered travellers from a forgotten network. Perhaps unusual celestial events inspired related sacred images. Perhaps human imagination repeatedly gives knowledge a face and sends that face from beyond the horizon. Each possibility occupies a different level of evidence. They should not be blended as though they carry equal weight. The most responsible mystery remains open without becoming empty. You can wonder while still asking what survives, who recorded it, when it was written, and how the language was understood. Wonder becomes stronger when it does not fear examination. The mist thickens, several stones disappear from view, while others remain as dark shapes nearby. This is how the ancient world reaches you. Some forms stand clearly, others fade. A few appear connected only because darkness hides the distance between them. Perhaps there is no final arrangement waiting to be revealed. Perhaps the hidden truth lies in the act of reconstruction itself. Human beings gather fragments, compare patterns, and build stories strong enough to cross silence. The visitors may remain uncertain. The longing that created them does not. You still want to know who came first, who taught the first teacher, and whether humanity once received a message from somewhere beyond itself. The stones offer no answer. They remain beneath the moon, holding their silence with the quiet confidence of things that do not need to explain themselves. Night deepens over an ancient road leading away from the final lights of a city. You walk alone beneath a sky crowded with stars. The stones under your feet are uneven, polished by travellers whose names have long disappeared. Behind you, roofs sink into darkness. Ahead, the road crosses empty fields, passes through low hills, and vanishes beneath the horizon. Every civilization imagines such a boundary. Beyond it lies another kingdom, another coast, another age, or another kind of being. The visitor comes from that hidden distance. Across 8 ancient cultures, the figure takes many forms. A radiant ruler descends from the sky. A serpent carries wisdom. A stranger rises from water. A navigator follows stars across a dark ocean. A sacred founder teaches law. An ancestor establishes ritual. A mysterious craftsperson reveals metal, medicine, writing, or measured time. The details remain different because the people who preserved them lived within different worlds. Their landscapes shaped what seemed possible. Desert communities watched the heavens with sharp attention. River societies feared floods and depended upon seasonal renewal. Island navigators understood distance through stars, birds, and waves. Mountain peoples placed sacred beings among peaks and storms. Forest communities found invisible powers within animals, plants, caves, and water. The visitor belongs to the environment that gives the story life. Yet one quiet question moves beneath these traditions. Why does knowledge so often come from elsewhere? You stop beside a weathered milestone. Its inscription has faded, though several lines remain beneath moss. Someone once carved directions here for the travellers who understood the local names. Now the words point toward places nobody can confidently identify. Knowledge becomes strange when its context disappears. A building method once taught through apprenticeship may later seem impossible. A ritual tool may resemble technology when its sacred purpose is forgotten. A royal title may become the name of a god. A historical migration may become descent from heaven. The past does not remain still while the present examines it. Meaning changes through distance. Researchers from Oxford, Yale, Stanford, and other major institutions have spent generations studying how oral memory, archaeology, language, and religious symbolism preserve human experience. Their work does not remove wonder. It gives wonder foundations. Clay records reveal taxation, labour, offerings, and political ambition. Bones preserve evidence of diet, disease, movement, and violence. Pollen reveals lost fields, charcoal marks burning. A scratched sign can identify a trader. A repaired bowl can show that an ordinary household valued an object enough to save it. These fragments do not describe visitors from another world. They reveal a human world far more complicated than later stories often suggest. Trade routes connected distant regions. Migrants entered unfamiliar settlements. Captives carried songs and skills across borders. Priests travelled with calendars and ceremonies. Craftspeople guarded techniques that outsiders didn't understand. A stranger could arrive carrying knowledge gathered through centuries of experimentation. To those meeting him, the knowledge might seem complete. The failures were invisible. Only the successful method crossed the horizon. This may explain some visitor traditions. The teacher is not the inventor of everything. The teacher is the person through whom distant inheritance becomes local reality. A seed arrives from another climate. A new sail catches wind more efficiently. A healing plant reduces fever. A measurement system allows walls to meet cleanly. The stranger changes what the community believes humans can accomplish. Over generations, gratitude becomes reverence. Reverence becomes ritual. Ritual becomes divine memory. Still, another layer remains. People do not preserve stories only because events happened. They preserve stories because those events help explain identity. A society wants to know why it's yet to deserve obedience. A dynasty wants to know why its bloodline rules. A priesthood wants to know why its rituals matter. A farming community wants to know why certain stars announce planting. A family wants to know where its ancestors began. The visitor provides an origin that feels greater than ordinary disagreement. The law comes from heaven. The crop comes from a sacred teacher. The calendar comes from beings who understand time. The ruler descends from powers older than the kingdom. Such stories create order, though they can also protect hierarchy. A command from a neighbour invites debate. A command from an immortal founder carries heavier silence. You continue along the road until the fields give way to rough ground. A small fire burns near a shepherd's shelter. An old man sits beside it, watching animals gather within a low stone enclosure. He tells a story because night makes memory feel close. His visitor does not descend in shining metal. The figure appears as a traveller wearing dusty clothes. Nobody recognizes him. He asks for water. One household refuses. Another offers bread and a place beside the fire. By morning, the stranger has vanished, leaving a blessing, warning, or sign of sacred favour. This quieter visitor belongs to another ancient pattern. The divine arrives disguised as ordinary need. Hospitality becomes a kindness towards strangers becomes service to powers that may walk unseen. The story protects vulnerable travellers within dangerous landscapes. It also reminds listeners that appearances cannot reveal true identity. A tired wanderer may be a god. A poor woman may carry wisdom. A child may speak a warning ignored by kings. The visitor from beyond can therefore express moral uncertainty. You never fully know who stands before you. One quirky tradition found across distant regions describes divine beings leaving unusual footprints in stone. Some impressions are natural formations, others are carvings created for ritual devotion. Pilgrims touch them, pour water over them, or leave flowers nearby. The footprint offers a comforting contradiction. The being has departed, yet physical contact remains. Stone remembers what the eye no longer sees. Such objects turn absence into place. People can travel to the mark, kneel beside it, and feel that the distance between worlds has narrowed. The scholarly discussion remains open concerning how sacred landscapes develop around unusual natural features. A strange rock may inspire a story. A known story may cause people to notice a rock. Later ritual can deepen the connection until nobody remembers which came first. Landscape and memory create each other. You leave the shepherd's fire and climb toward a high ridge. The city behind you has disappeared completely. Only a faint glow remains beneath the clouds. From here, the road appears as a pale line under moonlight. Perhaps the ancient visitors were historical strangers transformed by memory. Perhaps some were celestial bodies given intention and personality. Perhaps they were dream figures whose instruction guided ritual, healing, or political change. Perhaps they personified institutions that preserved knowledge beyond any single lifetime. It is possible that certain stories contain memories of catastrophes, migrations, and encounters that archaeology has not yet identified. That possibility deserves its patience. It does not require certainty. No verified artifact currently demonstrates that non-human beings physically instructed ancient civilizations. The monuments and texts, tools, and scientific achievements examined so far remain within human abilities. This conclusion should not diminish the ancient world. It should enlarge your respect for it. Human beings crossed oceans by reading waves and stars. They domesticated plants without modern genetics. They built cities through organization, measurement, and endurance. They observed the heavens for generations. They created laws, poetry, mathematics, medicine, and systems of memory from fragile materials. Attributing every achievement to outsiders can quietly steal wonder from the people who performed the work. The builders were human. The navigators were human. The scribes, farmers, healers, and storytellers were human. Their knowledge was extraordinary because human cooperation could become extraordinary. Yet the visitor remains. The figure survives because the story answers something archaeology cannot measure easily. Knowledge always feels older than the learner. You enter a language already spoken. You receive customs shaped before your birth. You inherit tools whose first inventors are forgotten. Civilization greets each person as something arriving from beyond personal memory. In that sense, everyone is visited. The dead speak through methods, warnings, buildings, recipes, songs, laws, and names. They enter your hands whenever you repeat what they discovered. Perhaps ancient people gave this inheritance a face. Perhaps they imagined the source descending from stars because the true source was too vast a picture. Thousands of generations stood behind one loaf of bread, one bronze blade, one calendar, one written sentence. A single sacred teacher made the inheritance understandable. The visitor condensed the crowd. You reach the highest point of the ridge. The horizon opens in every direction. For a moment, the stars seem close enough to touch, though their light began travelling long before your life. Some of those stars may no longer exist in the form you see. Their light continues. This may be the deepest image within the old traditions. A source disappears. Its influence keeps arriving. A teacher dies. The lesson remains. A city falls. Its measurements survive elsewhere. A people migrate. Their stories take root in another language. The visitor from beyond may be memory itself, crossing distances that bodies cannot cross. You stand quietly while the wind moves through dry grass. No craft descends. No radiant being appears. The road remains empty. Still, the night does not feel vacant. It contains the pressure of countless lives, each passing something forward without knowing who will receive it. Perhaps the 8 civilization centers were not remembering one identical group. Perhaps they were expressing one shared human realization. Everything that makes life possible comes from beyond the self. Knowledge arrives. Language arrives. Memory arrives. You receive them from people you cannot see. You carry them towards the people you will never meet. The visitor is gone before you understand the gift. The story remains unfinished because inheritance never truly ends. Now the road grows softer beneath the moon. The wind loses its edge and the grass settles along the hillside. You no longer need to follow every path or solve every ancient name. The stones can rest where they stand. The rivers can continue quietly through darkness. Far away, old temples cool beneath the stars, while buried streets remain undisturbed below fields and sleeping towns. You may let the unanswered questions become gentle now. Perhaps visitors came as travellers. Perhaps they appeared in dreams. Perhaps they were ancestors, planets, kings, teachers, or the shapes human memory gives to knowledge. Nothing needs to be decided tonight. The ancient world does not hurry you. It has waited through storms, migrations, falling kingdoms, and the long silence of abandoned rooms. It can wait a little longer. Your breathing slows with the movement of the night. Each breath enters quietly. Each breath leaves without effort. The distant city has vanished, and the road no longer asks where it leads. You are simply standing beneath a wide and peaceful sky, surrounded by stories older than any living voice. Their mysteries do not threaten you. They pass around you like wind through grass, present for a moment, then fading into stillness. Somewhere beyond the ridge, dawn will eventually touch the stones. For now, darkness remains warm and complete. The visitors in Rusong. The have a drawn. The fires are low. The last storyteller closes his eyes beside the quiet road, and perhaps, somewhere within the silence, the oldest memory of humanity continues travelling, carrying a message whose final meaning has not yet arrived. Perhaps the story is not yet complete. Good night.